Hey folks, how's everybody doing? Jump into it. Not going to be super official or anything like that. It's just sort of me flying around. Um, yeah. I'm here. I'm actually, which airframe am I flying today? You know what? We're going to rename this guy. All right, I forgot to shut this puppy down. So let's just quickly jump in the airplane. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Oh, hang on. I'm paused. Why am I paused? There we go. Ooh, yeah. The clouds are kind of hitting my frame rates hard here. Somebody forgot to shut down the airplane. Okay. Quick shutdown procedure. Oops. Yeah, I forgot to turn off the emergency exit lights. Avert your eyes. Oh, ye of little faith. That one. And cool. And let's just jump back out as if nothing had happened. And we'll jump back into ZFBO. Now, let me actually change what I wanted to change. I'm going to make my UI here a little bit larger. You can see what I'm typing on, and we're going to be November 650 Charlie Lima today. Cool. It's my experimental airframe. I mess around with this one a lot. Cool. Anyway, so who you got in chat? And Steve PHL, welcome aboard. Red Gibble Tarek, welcome aboard. Black Twin 306 Tango, welcome. Sparkin VR, Queasy, Pizza Man J, Nevada Rocks 75, hello. Whizball, how are you? 22 Whiskey, welcome aboard. Ebro, could have come with EFHK bats and will vector you around all night. Perhaps I might. Magja, welcome. Sneaky Danish. Playing the FF forgetting to shut it down. Of course, the Dave Man 11, welcome. Get a replacement texture for the default livery to replace the Canadian flag with the American flag if anyone wants it. Well, we've got our forums for that, so feel free to, link it over there. Lesser27, welcome. Reflective Reality Sim, how are you doing? I'm not a real pilot. Luke 1549, a lot of people coming in. So everybody, you're welcome. We've got a bunch of followers. Air Guy Airplane and Scott 3293, Aldo's, and the Dave Man 11. He followed a little bit ago. Actually, let me, since I am now sort of post-release mode, I guess we can bring you guys up. And let's bring up, where are my alerts? I don't have, well, I don't know where my alerts window went, but at least we're gonna have chat. Hello, the Alcaldos. Sweet. So I don't have a, well, I sort of do have a destination picked out, so go ahead and sit in the old flight planner room. I have no idea what the state of the airplane is, so let's see what the situation is here. Let me know if, well, there's fairly little audio in the FBO right now. I don't have it like turned up all the way. I guess I could a little bit more. Hopefully it's not going to blow your ears out when an alert comes through. If it does, yell at me. Yeah, we're going to do some fun flying just for funsies. Dispatch, create a new flight plan. And let's go from, we're going to go to from PDX to Monterey is what I was thinking about. What do you guys think? And I'm not just going to blindly trust SimBrief. Instead, I'm going to go to FlightAware. And I'm going to see if they've got a flight plan for somebody that has flown something in real life from PDX to Monterey. No direct. Well, poo. So, we're going to do the next best thing. We're going to let SimBrief pick something for us, and then we're going to verify it here on SkyVector, because you can't trust it. Glad you're having fun. Great. Yeah, LeJules, welcome. Yeah, it's been a busy couple of weeks, but fortunately, stuff should now start to slowly start coming back down to reality. We're gonna take 3 passengers, and we're gonna have all the aircraft. Cool. How'd you like it? Mini 5 is what SimBrief proposes for us. That's a pretty straightforward route. Let's check it over on the old Sky Vector. And so the way you do this is obviously you'll check, first of all, for airspace violations, right? So we'll check on low en route airspace. Are there any restricted airspace regions we might be busting? Nope. There's some military routes there, but nothing too terrible. In terms of RNAV, we are RNAV capable, so we don't have to follow specific routes. What's this? This is a MOA? Yeah, it's a MOA. Okay, we can fly through those. No issues whatsoever. And also it is still fairly far north, so we'd be above it flight level. In the high en route sector, it isn't there. Yeah, okay. And this looks like a reasonable arrival into Monterey. A quick check here. Just go direct. Shui, are there any arrivals we might use into Monterey? Stars. No stars. It means we'll be vectored onto an approach, or basically just take it directly to an approach. We can check, so 10 right from Zebed. And the other stuff here, we probably get vectored anyway, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. So, rock and roll. I wanted to ask, are the pilots' weights included? Yes, LeJules. The base weight of the aircraft includes the pilots. In fact, to that end, I'm going to say 4 passengers, even though we're actually going to take 3 passengers, and we'll pretend we've got 1 flight attendant on board. To get to ride in the jump seat, all the comforts and the amazements that are there. Sweet. Flight level stuff we'll leave to SimBrief. It's gonna figure something out. It's Rudder. Welcome aboard. Good day. Good day to you too. Okie doke. Rock and roll. Hit generate flight plan. And I'm also gonna file this up on PilotEdge, on the edge of pilots. Plan to go Mach 82? Yeah, sure. Bottle. No problem. We're going to be fairly light. Takeoff weight 33,000 pounds. Nothing. And let's hop over to pre-file it on the old edge of pilots. Okey-doke. Remark SimBrief removed just so they don't yell at me. Mini 5 Hisku. Cruising at 390. Perfectly acceptable. Crew airspeed 467 is good. Rock and roll. File that up. Hope I filed that as the correct. Yeah, I filed it up as a correct call sign there. Is there any way I can change the browser? Yes. Opens. Oh, I'm more of a Firefox guy. Nevada rocks. It should try to open your default browser, whatever the default browser is on your operating system. So, yeah, that's what we're using there. If I jump back into the sim, well, you wouldn't actually see it in the SAM, but it's using a, let's see, I'm actually kind of curious what we're using there. Righty. Avert your eyes, we're going to go into the code here for a moment. Actually, hang on, wrong window. There we go, that's the one. Right, hang on. One more. Where's my code window thing? Full desktop. Yes, that one. There we go. Perfect. Okay, you can see this. So what am I doing? What are we doing here? Shell execute A, and it just calls open. Yeah, it just calls whatever the default open action is on your operating system. So it should open your default browser. If you've got a selection in your browser for, you know, whatever your default, or on your operating system for whatever your default browser is, that's the one we'll use. Bit of great aircraft, my favorite X-plane. Any plans for icing effects on the windshield? You Rain King, apt name. Yeah, we'll be putting in both rain and ice effects onto the windshield temporarily until X-Plane 12 is ready, and then we'll probably have to like redo them in the new mask that the X-Plane 12 is gonna have. Let's talk to Jenny.
Welcome to Hot Start Flight Support. How can we help you today?
Hey Jenny, how's life? Let's see. I wanna go. My tail today is November 650 Charlie Lima, and I'm gonna go in call it 45 minutes, roughly thereabouts. I'm probably gonna waffle on for a long time, so let's just go 2100 Zulu. Cool. We're gonna have 3 crew, we're gonna have 3 passengers on board. Will that work with Vulcan, or is it OpenGL only? Well, Liberain is capable of Vulcan. People think that Liberain is not capable of Vulcan. It is. It's just the developer has to do a little bit of extra work on the aircraft. Well, I don't know if I compile the plugin version of Liberain to be Vulcan aware yet, but the library version of Liberain works perfectly fine under Vulcan. It has in the TBM as well. Okay, and I have no idea how much fuel we got on board, so we'll order fuel, and that's it. So I'm gonna assign Toto, whatever.
Of course, Captain. I'll get that organized for you right away.
You do that, Jenny. Rock and roll. Let's go. Oh yeah, Liberate is Vulcan capable. It's just they gotta compile it as an actual library into their C code. If they're using C code, if they're not using C code, they're not my problem. Plans and service-based failures. Yeah, eventually, Pancake. Don't worry. A lot of people keep asking about this. So the jet's here. It's it's not standing at an angle. It's not falling off, and somebody forgot to secure the jet after the last flight. So whatever. Have you moved me out on guard? Have you ever meowed on guard? No, I have not. Rock and roll. See, what is the situation here? Any nonsense going on here? No. This is all cold and dark. Good stuff. And pack you away. Don't be in my face. And let's power on the jet. These should be off. Alrighty. Yes, passenger door. I know. Emergency lights on. Somebody forgot to turn them off. Okay. Squib test. 4 squib messages. You should also have it off. This guy, your parking brake is still set. So we got 2 squibs here. Good stuff. And of course, the obligatory jet pipe.
Jet pipe overheat.
Somebody did a false securing checklist. Yes, indeed. How's the audio, by the way? Let me know if the sim is too loud or too quiet. I'm trying to sort of balance it out. Good stuff. So we've got the fire warning and detection system checked, so we're not gonna fall out of the sky or set the airplane on fire. Awesome. So we got indications. Crank the APU. The APU's having a little party there. Obviously, you shouldn't leave cockpit while the APU's starting up. Fairly cold, I can tell, just by the fact that the APU during start got to less than 200 degrees EGT. Aren't the emergency lights switched off, or did somebody see? Did I see that wrong? Adi, it's a little bit complicated with the emergency lights. This is actually correct for when you don't disarm them while and pull AC power first. Okay, we've got that. We got the ding. We got the generator being available. And again, good pilot procedure is to bring up your synoptic page for whatever you're doing up on the overhead. So if you're moving a switch or pushing a button that has a synoptic page associated with, bring up the page. Good stuff. And there we go. Emergency lights are gone. Sweet. So, go ahead and cancel some warnings here and get started on the checklist stuff. Actually, you know what? What I'm going to do is let me check if I've got PilotEdge bound up correctly. Nope. Definitely not correct. Contact ATC. And if I mash it 5 times, there we go. And we're connected to PilotEdge. Good stuff. Now with the browser, works flawless. Thanks for the advice. Glad you liked it. Glad it helped. So it was, if you launch Firefox for the first time, it should be like, it should prompt you what you want your default browser to be set in the operating system. And there's even like a preferences window somewhere in there that lets you change that. Okay, so what did SimBrief say that we need for fuel? I forgot, I didn't check. Yeah, it actually says that we don't need any extra fuel. We've already got enough on board. It says we need block 5304. We've got 6200 on board, so I kind of called the fueler pointlessly. So we're just going to tell them to get lost. Anyway, we've got the APU running. We'll want to start our 2-minute timer to bleed on. Yeah, if you load it. Well, bottle, you can actually like check it so like it doesn't bother you. Better than any pilot could ever be. Very no. No, the Jules. I might know the airplane better than from a technical standpoint than most pilots, but I can tell you I don't know how to fly it as good as them. Nowhere near. Anyway, let's get going with the checklist here. That one. Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics. I get quite a good idea. We should have brought up AC. So AC is checked. DC. Well, that should have been pushed out, but whatever. DC is also checked. Yeah, we got good amps. Now here's a little trick you can pull. Main bus tie, this guy here, allows you to feed either the main DC buses off of either TRU. So, if you got a TRU failure, you can link up basically through this crossbar connection. There's actually, it looks like there's one tie, there's actually 3 of them, and all 3 have to be closed for this crossbar to be connected. And one thing that happens is these are actually lockouts, in that if you tie buses 1 and 2 together onto the same link, you cannot then use the utility DC buses. So essentially, you know, stuff like cabin utilities, that kind of stuff shuts down. But that's what you got to do if you got a TRU failure in flight. It's basically just to limit the load on a single standalone TRU. It's a power supply, so it's supposed to be limited to, you know, not overloading and stuff. And so when sparks fly in flight, generally not very good. One thing you'll notice here, it says this guy here is 17 amps, the other guy's 24 amps. Watch what happens when I push this in. They equalize. They both draw right now 17 amps, and the reason is, well, first of all, we've shut off the loads here, but primarily because now they're essentially equally sharing the load in between these two. What's even funnier is if you look on the study menu here in electrical network. Yes, outboard brake pressure. It's going to probably ding at us a couple more times. I'm just going to ignore it. Let's see. Do we see current through ties? Yes, we do. Okay, so here you can see currently it's flowing 5 amps through this tie here. Probably from the TRU to the bus. So if I close the main bus tie, suddenly it's flowing 5 amps through here and back over there. Well, not over there. There we go. So this guy is still drawing 22 amps, but suddenly this guy's load went way down because they're starting to share the load of this bus, which is probably got more stuff on it than this bus. Anyway, that's just sort of how the bus loads shake out. Mr. Fueler is here. I apologize for sending you in when we didn't need you. Anyway, AC/DC electrics checked. Again, I'm gonna keep waffling here. We're not gonna be taking off in 5 hours, not 1 hour or 45 minutes. Nav lights, logo light. Okie doke. Nav lights, logo light on. Cockpit lights. Set close enough. Lamp test. Lamp test. There we go. Lamp test numero uno. Numero due. And come down here. Here's number 2. Here's number 1. Good stuff. Duct monitor. What plugin was that? Not sure what you're referring to, but I'm assuming you're gonna tell me. Okay.
Bleed air duct.
That's the duct monitor test, loop, fire loop A, or overheated loop A and loop B test.
Captain. Fuel truck
FMS
is hooked
database
up.
status.
Just let me know how much fuel you need. Or would you like to go tanks full today?
Why do we need to monitor ducts? I'm sorry, we
nice
don't
day.
need fuel. Bye-bye. Go and be with the wind. Or sleep with the fishes, I guess. Database status. Select through. Why do we monitor ducks? I don't know. Ducks are funny. We need to monitor those. They're usually up to no good anyway. Mr. Crash log in the forum. Oh my god. Was a crash desktop, one Inmarsat. I want to share. We're crossing the equator. LeJules, it was right, yeah. Captain Crash, don't worry. The bug is fixed. The issue was, you want to know. So the computation for Inmarsat, let's see, Inmarsat, blah, blah, blah. There we go. So the Inmarsat, you'll notice these are geostationary satellites. So they sit above the Earth's equator and at these coordinates, you know, of longitude. So they're always 0 latitude, X degrees of longitude. And when you were passing very close to exactly opposite of that coordinate, which means, you know, essentially went on about 1 degree of the equator and about 1 degree of this longitude, what would happen is the function that would calculate the azimuth to the satellite, you're essentially the direction towards the satellite on a great circle, would hit a condition where it couldn't compute it. I used sort of a dumb method of projection, like geometric projection, and that essentially caused it to fail. And my other piece of code was a little bit unhappy about that, so I fixed that since then. Okay, database cycled, and let's see, and all is well. FMS flight plan uplink, ATIS. Okay, flight plan uplink. Go to route menu, flight plan, wind update. No wind update, not that one. Route menu, recall. Damn it, Toto, you coded this. You should remember. Okay, that is on. That was a fast fetch because we don't really have much to fetch anyway. Okay, I'm gonna activate you, execute you, and ATIS. We'll go to data link here, ATIS, and they do have ATIS at PDX, data ATIS anyway. So go to PDX, departure ATIS, send off. Again, we're on VDL mode 2 here. Fast service. Have a good flight. Thank you. Thank you. Portland International Airport, PilotEdge ATIS info Quebec 1953, which is about half hour old. No winds. Okay, a little bit of cloud, scatter 20, 301, so fairly high humidity. It's not unusual here. Just P support arrival and departure ATIS. And PE, I think they only have like one ATIS for everything. So that field does not have an effect. In real world, it not always does. Some airports do, some don't. I'd have to log off of PilotEdge to show you, but for example, places like LAX, they have only a single ATIS, but DFW has 2 separate ATIS sets, and you can select between them. Received on that today on the internal list of things to be updated. Okay, cool. Okay. Yep, cool. So, arriving, departing runways 10 left and right. So we're going off to the east. Approaches and use. Oh, Visual purchase and use, simultaneous parallel, blah, 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 VFR departures, contact, clearance, ATIS, blah, 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 all that good stuff. Advisory of information, Quebec. We do. So, let's see, can I actually, I forgot to check while filing that I want CPDLC support. I want to invoke the external CPDLC client, whatever. We'll just call them on voice, I guess. This D8 is only for US airports. Right now, yeah, pilot wannabe. How long will the flight be? CMB Elite, probably about an hour and 30 minutes, give or take. How are we looking on time? Just checking my watch here. Got half an hour to departure. There's this really fun single-ended departure at Reno. Not that I've experienced with it. Yeah. Yeah. How could that ever happen? Anyway.
Anti-skid.
Anti-skid test. Tested.
Nose door.
Nose door is clear.
Hydraulic 3A pump.
Hydraulic 3A is on.
Brake pressure.
Is checked.
Parking brake.
We gotta mash our pedals here. Pull the brake lever. We got a green cast. Brake is set.
Nose door.
Nose door is closed.
Hydraulic panel and pumps.
And while I'm actually... Well, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go and fire up these guys. Well, are we going to do the functional check? Yeah, sure. For just funsies. On and on. So we've got everything pressurizing. All good stuff. And we got 2 dings here for hydraulic system 1 and 2. 3 stays on. Good stuff.
Electric panel.
Elect panel is not checked. There we go.
AC DC utility switch
Is on.
Start ignition panel.
Checked.
Fuel panel.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good stuff.
APU LCV.
Open.
10th stage isolation valve.
Open.
Packs.
Get the cabin nice and comfy because it's at +6 degrees. Yikes.
Air conditioning panel.
Air conditioning panel. So we got control in cabin. Temperatures are set. Normal. Packs are on. Rammers is off.
Pressurization panel.
What will my next project be? I have no idea. Press panel. So field elevation at Monterey is essentially sea level. It's about 100 feet. Thanks for following me, Tom. Welcome aboard. And yeah, everything is looking good here. We could like try and test the CPC fault lamp here. It's not required by modern procedures anymore, but yeah. This lamp is only tested by powering through
Bleed
the
air panel.
CPC. Okay, bleed air panel is checked.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel switch.
Is out.
Cal anti-ice switches.
Are cycled through.
Anti-ice panel.
Anti-ice. Okay, so we'll go. Let's do wing heat. What's the test here? I forgot. Okay, yeah, windshield heat test. 4 of those. Wing detector or ice detector test. Ice. Wing overheat test.
Wing overheat.
Good stuff.
Emergency lights.
Emergency lights armed.
Passenger signs.
On.
ELT.
Armed.
Letter shield panel.
Is
Crew
checked.
and passenger oxygen.
Crew oxygen. Crew oxygen left. Crew oxygen right. We could play around making sure that we've got our mics here set to boom, otherwise ATC wouldn't hear us.
DCU warning panel.
And also, by the way, wanted to check that we've got oxygen of good pressure. 1880 psi is good, and we've got the selector here to norm. Okay. DCU warning panel is
CVR.
guarded. CVR test. For an actual point of all these checks, does the model have some service-based failures? Not yet, fun JY, but if you left stuff out of place, since the system has persistency, if you left stuff out of place, then yes. For instance, if I'd used oxygen and used it up, or had a blown vent, and I forgot to refill it, yeah, I would come back to an empty oxygen bottle.
Audio panels.
Audio panels are set. I'm going to talk on there. We don't need service center phone. And we can go ahead and fetch the ATIS. Well, actually, we already have the ATIS, so we don't need to do that. Cool. Audio panels are set. Mic selector is set to boom. Boom there. Emergency is norm. Speaker. Do we want to listen to ADC on speaker? No. Who cares? Evening. How are you doing, Matthew?
SPS system.
SPS. Let's go ahead and do the SPS check. Go. Push this guy, one of them, in. Drive the trim down to 0. Marco set. Welcome aboard. Okay. Kill the trim. SPS test dual. Okay. I can unload it. Good stuff. I don't have a button for the G switch there, so that I'm not going to test here. And do the other test on the other side for the SPS disconnect. Stall warner going. Comes off. And we've got ignition stall fail. All those messages are explainable.
Integrated standby instrument.
Integrated standby instrument is, let's see, what's the meter here today? ATIS. Meter was 3029. 3029. That I can go away.
Clock.
Is reset.
EFIS. ICAS.
ICAS. Let's just go ahead and quickly check. We're on FMS1. Actually, this guy I want over in Rose mode. That's gonna swap over back. Good. Traffic is selected on. Relative mode. TCAS is currently off. That is explainable. Good. FMS1. And yeah, other than that, everything is pretty much explainable. I'm gonna actually set my baro. There we go, 3029. Now the altitude actually makes sense. Same thing on here, FMS2 navigating, good stuff. And all the engine indications and system indications here are explainable.
Main landing gear bay overheat.
Okay, that's down here.
Gear bay overheat.
It automatically does that because, there we go, all good. It automatically does that during the TOS test. When the TOS starts yelling at you for things like terrain clearance and that kind of stuff, you get a, what they call the automatic terrain pop-up. Nearest airports I don't need.
TOS warning switches.
Okay, TOS warning switches are out. We can do a quick TOS test here. If you hold this down for more than like 5 seconds, it's going to do the long test and it's going to yell for or talk at you for like a minute straight.
Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Pitch and
Wind
roll
shear.
disconnects.
Are in and stowed.
Ground spoilers.
Terrain.
Ground spoilers
Pull up.
are, what's the full test there? Actually, yeah, just auto.
Thrust reversers.
Are armed. Yeah, we'll check that they're stowed.
Thrust levers.
Thrust lever check. Okay. Cycle through. Come on. Good stuff.
Engine speed switches.
Engine speed switches are on.
Engine vibration check.
Engine vibration monitor. You got fan vibe and N2 vibe.
Oral warning.
Roll warning test.
Smoke detector.
Smoke detector test.
Smoke.
Trims. Mach trim.
Trim test. So actually we should probably check individually. So we'll check channel A or channel 1. Trim go. All the way up to nose up. We were already nose down. That's the trim, continuous trim clacker. That moves all the way up. Now let's move it a little bit down. Got trim clacker going. That's all good. Cancel U. Tap trim. Test channel 2 here now on this guy. Okay, and move back up. Good stuff, everything moving, and the stab trim disconnect works on this side as well. Lovely stuff.
Yaw dampers.
Yaw damp on. Actually, we're going to activate the stab trim. And yes, you can see the stab trim moving. So if I go like so, there should be like alignment marks over here. Let me see if Corn put those in yet. Not yet. Oh no, there they are. Oh yeah, if we move the stab trim, you can see the stabilizer itself move. There's an electric motor in there. And a whole gizmo shebang of lots of stuff. The yacht Emperor is in, or pushed in, no message.
Reversionary inhibit switches.
Reversionary inhibit switches. These guys we want. Norm left, PFD, norm left. I'm sorry, norm system 1, sure. Norm. Good stuff.
IRS.
IRSs are aligned.
CPDLC.
CPDLC is, oh, we didn't request it on PilotEdge, so we're going to do voice.
TCAS.
TCAS test. First flight of the day, so let's go ahead and do a quick TCAS test.
TCAS system test OK.
Your key bindings are misbehaving. I'm not really sure. Why don't we have taxi lights on? When you left that on?
ATIS and clearance.
ATIS and clearance, so we gotta call them now. Huh. Since I'm a lazy poop, I'm gonna go and just pick up the frequencies off here. Hopefully they're correct. Clearance 12120. Well, that's helpful. Actually. Hello, do you roughly know how many lines of code this plane has? About 340,000, give or take. Let's see, index, frequency. I want to grab and put you in radio 2. And I'm going to talk to them on radio 2. Let me actually check this in charts because might not be the right one. Just in case, because it kind of depends on what the frequency was that was put into the scenery by the scenery author. And ground clearance. The ATIS, sure. Portland clearance 121.25. Okay, so actually 120.125. Hopefully it'll work. Yeah, let me get something to write. That's a long, yeah, I know, right? Usually, possibly. I didn't click any breakers there. Portland clearance, November 650 Charlie Lima, IFR to Monterey, please. Let's see if they heard me.
Challenger 650 Charlie Lima, Portland clearance. Clear to Monterey Airport, Mini 5 departure. HSU transition and is filed. I'm maintain 7,000. Expect flight level 390 within 10 minutes. Forward departure 118.42. Squawk 7104.
Clear to Monterey, Mini 5, HSU transition, then is filed, 7,000 initially, flight level 390 after 10, 118.42 for departure, and 7104 for the squawk for Challenger 650 Charlie Lima.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, read back correct.
Hopefully, yeah. 7104 for the code. And let's go ahead and complete our depart arrive. So, we are parked at, just for clarity's sake, parked over here. So I would expect runway 10 left for our departure. That means we'll probably taxi Alpha or Kilo or something like that. And afterwards, yeah, there we go. So runway 10 left, most likely for departure. Runway 10 left, Mini 5. ISCU transition, execute. Harper, Omeg, up to, good stuff. So ATIS has been obtained, clearance has been obtained, flight plan has been completed, no discos, rock and roll.
FMS flight plan. Wind update. Perf.
Okay, flight plan is done. I'm gonna do perf now. What is our Earth temperature today? According to the ATIS, it was +3. So +3 for departure, 88.1 on the N1 target. Fuel-wise, we are very closely synced up to the gauges there, so I'm just gonna leave it. Flight level 390. Gonna have 3 people on board. Right now, I'm gonna estimate they're gonna bring about 120 pounds of cargo. Kind of, you don't really know this for sure, but you know, close enough is close enough. Close enough for government business, as they say. VNAV, I'm gonna go 300. Land 0.80 for climb. Actually, gonna go 0.78 for climb. And let's see. Actually, you know what? 270. 0.77 is what I like to climb at. That gives me better performance here. And definitely 80/300 on descent. Gotta go fast. Transition altitudes look acceptable. Get purpose done, and we'll also go ahead and do index, route menu, wind update, send. Okay, so wind update's done, and all the other craps were here. Actually, takeoff data.
Takeoff data.
Good stuff. So perf takeoff. In a little, can you explain ATIS system what causing its inability to activate? It's a somewhat finicky system. Yes, I can understand you having some trouble with it. It's not that hard to understand, to be honest. Okay, no wind, so we'll just leave it. Leave the wind here. It's fairly understandable. It's really not that difficult. Flight plan is data link once I've loaded, and we'll go ahead and send the data. And then the speeds here.
Avionics and charts.
Avionics are set and charts are set.
Flight instruments.
Flight instruments, we're going to have 3029 on the meter, indicating 20 feet. 3029 on this meter, 20 feet. 3029, 20 feet. And we're going to go initially up to a altitude of 7,000. Any speed restrictions along the way? Nope, none. Which means I'm going to go ahead and bug up right up to 200 knots here. And let's see. Flight director, I've got the kind I want. Doesn't really make a difference to me. I'm going to bug up the initial heading of the runway, which is going to be about heading 100. There it is. That's the initial heading. Got initial altitude bugged up, initial speed. We're all set for initial guidance. Enjoy. Yeah, thank you. Have a good one, Vinny. Alrighty. Yes, please. Alrighty. And everything else is looking good. V1 or N1 speed. Usually, by the way, low voltage tech, the reason why the ATS is blink and fail at you and doesn't want to engage is if it doesn't have an N1 target. And for the N1 target to show, you have to either select one from the list. It has to have enough data to compute one, or you have to put in a TGT value manually. Generally, the FMS will auto-compute a value for you from the tables directly, but if you're flying out of, you know, some people I know have flown in conditions where the Challenger shouldn't really be flown, like under minus 70 degrees Celsius. This thing's not going to have any data for very low temperatures, because that's really not where the airplane's supposed to be flown. So if you're having some trouble getting numbers on here, usually that means you're somewhere you shouldn't really be.
Departure briefing.
Departure brief. Okay, bring up the chart and bring up our little departure. There we go. So it's going to be runway 10. Where's the initial climb and set? There we go. So we got initial heading of 103, 540 feet. It's just a minimum climb before left turn. Your river, and from river we'll go direct Kosuk, direct Bile, direct Mini, and from Mini direct Hisku. And are there any extra constraints? Minimum flight level 230. We're going to be well above that by then. Mini flight level 349 is already estimated there, so that's all good. Departure brief is completed.
Emergency procedures.
Emergency procedures, you know, your standard, flail your arms wildly in the air if there's any kind of problem with the airplane. If it is a problem, if you know, like for example, you know, you found some dirt in your drinks and that kind of stuff, just don't bother me with it. We got a flight attendant, so take care of yourselves back there.
Pins, covers, chocks.
Yeah. Right, we got to do those. Shall we do full blast audio? How about that? Yeah, not that one. User settings and realistic audio, but folks, so cover your ears. Audio warning. Well, this ain't too bad right now. So we've got left pin, left chock. Somebody forgot to pin the nose gear, so we're gonna leave the chock in until the engine is started. And we're actually gonna, you know what, we'll do sort of free flight walk around here. So airplane standing on all three wheels, or three gear, no leaning or nothing, doesn't look ding banged or anything. Covers are already off for the probes. Let's imagine somebody brought the airplane in, so they've already got that covered. Check for any stowaways in the nose gear bay. Nobody there. Good stuff. I know this is messed up. Good stuff. So no pins. Covers are off. You can even check your little oxygen meter here.
1399er, contact flow and approach 124.35.
Oh, I don't know why I'm wearing my headset here. Got a wireless headset, obviously, don't you know?
November 1 Lima uniform, advised with the weather for the Twin Falls.
There you go. Allowed to leave the nose door open when a aircraft's parked. Eddie, yes. Generally, or Audie, yes, they do it for maintenance purposes usually. So when they park at their home base, they'll leave the nose door open so maintenance has somewhat easier to access in there. So this is all closed up. Captain Crash likes to check whether we still got a fuel cap on there. Yes, we do. Nobody stole that. Good stuff. I'll lock you up. No broken dings, bruises, or anything like that on the leading edge. At least none that we don't expect to be there. Yeah, hang on. I saw a bug report or a trouble report for nav lights not working. And I'm just seeing these guys are not running. Somebody popped the breaker on here. So we probably should have checked during cockpit prep. We got any pulled breakers? I was messing around with these today. Okie doke. Panel is looking flush to me. Someone stealing the fuel cap? Well, hopefully not. That'd be kind of bad. Okay, all breakers are in. At least the ones that are in the cockpit. There are actually more breakers in the airplane. We've got them simulated, but they're currently not modeled in 3D. But there's a breaker box in here, and then there's a breaker box back in the aft equipment bay. Okie doke. Now, Mr. Landing Light, or Mr. Nav Light. There we go. That's on. Dual nav lights are on. All that is looking good. And I should have taken the pin out from the other side. My word, my GPU is struggling with those clouds. Explain, what are you doing? There we go. Doing fuel caps. Who does that, right? So, watch your heads. Water service panel is secure. DC GPU panel is secure. And everything looking correct on there. Tail light is on. Nothing leaking, no hydraulic fluid or anything. You'd see like red spots and stuff. These guys are hard to see during the day, but yeah, they're on. I should get that Linux version ready. Absolutely, yeah, I agree. There was, so minor point of trivia, on these there are like brush seals on there in reality. We should have like, it looks literally just like a bunch of brushes on there. It's really hard to make them look good in X-Plane. We opted not to, but we'll eventually probably put those in once we've got no GPU horsepower left over. Okay, cabin lighting. So how are we looking here? Actually, it is daytime still. So, yeah, I'm gonna leave the cabin as is. Temperature control is fairly chill, so Bring the curtain up. Bring the heat up a little bit. There we go. So the airplane a little bit warm. There we go. Talk of the devil.
Hello, Captain. It's Jenny from Hot Start Flight Support. Your passengers have arrived. Shall I have them brought to the plane?
Yep. Let me bring them
Understood.
to the
They'll
plane.
be there in a couple of minutes. Anything else?
That'll be all. Thanks.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
Cool. So, yeah, Spaghetti Bowl. The reason is that this airplane, the livery is originally from a Canadian Red airplane, so that's why. Anyway, so we got pins, covers, and chocks are gone, except for the nose chock, which we'll leave until we're ready to start moving.
Cabin lights, water heaters, master seat.
Okay, that's all cabin stuff that we don't simulate.
Flight compartment checklist complete.
Engine start checklist next. Wonderful. So we got clearance. We're all set up, ready to go. We'll just wait for Jenny to bring the passengers over. We can start yelling at them. And that's it for prep. We're everywhere. You don't even know it. Yeah. Yeah, registration is dynamic. Yeah, I can change that. I just like eventually we might make like decals, the ability for you to put on decals like flags and that kind of stuff on the livery, but that gets it's kind of a rabbit hole you can fall down into and just never end adding stuff. When this water heater update coming? Can't fly the plane without that. Water system will be simulated, just haven't gotten to it yet. We're still sort of in the initial like post-release bug fixing phase. It's only been 2 weeks. Still January, isn't it? Yeah, January 24th or something. So, yeah, it's been only 18 days, something like that. 16 days, 18 days, I think. Released on the 7th, so probably a few more. Here's our passengers. Welcome, everybody. How are you? You've already opened up the curtain for yourselves, so help yourselves to the snacks, enjoy the amenities, and if there's any trouble, talk to Lindy, who's going to be serving you here in the cabin. Don't talk to me. So, with that all out of the way, let's go ahead and close up the door. Alrighty, close that.
Hello, Captain. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
That's great to hear. Well, we're all set back there, so we can get going anytime.
Lovely stuff. So, let's just sit your asses down, buckle up, and keep your mouth shut. Okay. Not that I didn't want to hit. I wanted to hit you. Yeah. Close that. Lock the door. And let's go. Your passengers are on board, so let's go with the before start. We got a hangar with twitchy props on the left, so we're probably gonna have to make there's a taxi where we're just taxi straight on ahead. Let me just do a quick aerial view because I don't know the not the curtain. I don't know the ramp here as well. Well, this gentleman has parked really close to the taxi line, so we're probably gonna have to turn left. Oh yeah, second to the left, onto Alpha, and yeah. CPU struggling. Yeah, he's struggling a little bit there. It's mostly with like texture loading and stuff. I'm sort of like testing the edges of my rig here. It's running 24 FPS. I'm in 4K. I'm at PDX, Mr. X scenery. Orbex True Earth HD scenery, so it's like a faster CPU. So yeah, we're pushing her hard. On the back side of the yoke, there's a button that slides up and down. What is that for? And is it functional? Love this plane. You mean this guy here? Or because the back side of the yoke for me would be here somewhere. You mean this? We need to model this, like make it actually move, but that is your push to talk button. So if you hold it down to the RT position, that is your radio transmit. That is the same thing as operating this guy here up. If you push it up, so with your thumb basically lift it up, very backside. Oh, you mean this guy? Right. This guy here, the China hat. That is for the EVS, to blend into EVS imagery. If you had a HUD with EVS on it, which we don't simulate yet, but if you had EVS, so the infrared camera on the nose, you can use this toggle there to turn on or disable IR image on the HUD. So that's what that is for. Okie doke, before start check.
Engine start checklist. Doors.
Closed.
Closed. Parking brake and pressure.
Yes.
Checked and set. Fuel quantity and balance.
Fuel quantity and balance is good.
Beacon.
Econ.
On. Fuel boost pumps. On. Ignition.
Yes, what's the date today? It's 24th, and I'm gonna do even.
Armed. Engine 2 start.
The Cat 3 certified? No. Cat 2 manual land only. Alrighty, engine start. So let's go. I'm gonna put my feet on the pedals here, just in case the airplane wanted to roll away. Classic stuff. You always have your feet on the brakes. Alrighty, start the timer. Oh, you got 20, less than 120, N1 rotation. Fuel.
Fuel system.
Okie doke, good start. So reset the timer. Fuel system check. Take these off. Looking for 3 messages here. Left and right pump, good. And one more. Sometimes a little shy. There we go. Fuel lift, low pressure. Put them back on.
Engine 1 start.
Okay, engine 1. Okay. Start the timer here. 20, less than 120. N1 rotation indicating. Good light off. Oil pressure coming up. Good stuff. Everything's looking fine with the engines today. Very cold.
Engine start checklist complete. After start checklist, next.
Alrighty, let's do the after start.
After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2.
Okay, as usual, as soon as we move any switches here, bring up the synaptic page, so
On, checked AC and DC. Ignition.
DC is also checked. Ignition. Disarm.
Disarmed. Packs. On. 14th stage. Open. Cowl anti-ice. On, check 45 seconds. Flight controls.
Flight control check. So make a little square. And check for the correct sense as well. What if they're wired up incorrectly? Right and left on the rudder. Good stuff.
Ground spoilers.
Okay, ground spoiler check. Auto to disarm. Nothing. Orbital arm. They deploy. Back to auto. They stow.
Flight spoilers.
Spoilers all the way up, all the way down. Good stuff.
Cowl anti-ice.
Cal anti-ice. Green advisory messages.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
Test on.
Test on. Fuel balance.
Should have left the button here running. Fuel balance is checked. Within 400 pounds per ticket.
Trims.
Trims are 5.6 set for takeoff.
No steer.
Is armed.
Armed. APR.
APR check. Number 1. APR 1 test okay. Release. Goes away. Number 2. Test okay. Check.
ADG unit.
ADG unit test. Goes out. Good stuff.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
Now we're looking for a test OK on here. Most useless panel in the world. And Joe Setti, hot start is my job. My business, so I guess some sort of it's my job. I sometimes get an APR arm. Yes, that's good. It won't go away without turning it off and back on again. Tabro, you're supposed to leave it. That's good. If it's green, it's something you don't have to take action on. Okay, test okay.
Cal anti-ice.
Is off.
Off. Wing anti-ice.
Is norm.
Norm. 14 stage isolation valve.
Checked. Opens.
Wing anti-ice. Checked. Off. ATS.
ATS. We'll go ahead and mash the toga button.
N1 TO. ATC TCAS.
ATC TCAS.
TARA. After start checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
APR is your automatic performance reserve. In case you have an engine out on a Challenger, the remaining engine is going to give you about 5% extra boost of pressure or of thrust. Do you want that? You don't want to turn that off. Ah, there we go. Somebody landing into Portland. Okie doke. Let's give the person on the ground a flash. Actually, I forgot to ask him to engine start. Have them take out the chocks. I'm going to place my feet on the brakes. I'll wait for the thumbs up. Thumbs up. Brakes are away, or chocks are away, so let's go ahead and taxi out. So, feet on the brakes, parking brake off. Stuff, check left and right. We're not going to kill anybody here on the ramp. Good stuff. Rock and roll. Airplane is pretty light. It usually will start to roll on its own and gain speed. So, check my steering. Steering is okay. Check my brakes. Brakes are okay. So what is the frequency here for ground in Portland? And just not run into stuff. So let's take a left here onto this taxiway. Close as we can get anyway, because it's a little bit tight. So I'm gonna bring up my chart here for taxi, and let's see what's the ground frequency here. Ground is 121.9. Okay. So we're gonna go bring up 1219 into actually not COM 1. 1219 into COM 2. Talk to them. I'm just gonna use COM 2 for on the ground to check it, make sure it's functional. We got somebody coming in over Alpha 4. Let me just hold here.
Portland Tower, King Air 1399, looking for a landing.
Gotta give that guy a little bit of time.
Number 1399, taxi straight ahead to parking, have a good day. Straight ahead to parking, 1399, thanks, you too.
You have to let that person pass, so we can turn on the taxi light now, as we're away from the parking position.
Public Center, Challenger 1 Wing uniform on the ground at Twin Falls, cancel IFR and pirate of
Now we're rotating Twin Prop. That's what it looks like, right? I don't know why.
1 Wing uniform, IFR cancellation received, and thank you, have a good day.
Hard to be sure exactly what it's rendering there. Well, that person's turned off their nose their taxi light. So which way is going to be? To the right. Okay, so that means I can go. So feet on the brakes, brakes off, and let's go. What's the time? Actually, we should have fresh ATIS available, so let's go ahead and make a request for a new one.
Runner 800 Mike Sierra, Salt Lake City Center, ident.
Before I call him, I'm gonna review the ATIS here.
Runner 800 Mike Sierra, radar contact, 10 miles east of the Helena VOR.
So, Information Romeo, still no winds. Temperature is a little bit warmer, 3027 on the meter. Will be the most important part here. And rest of the stuff here I'm fairly happy with. Let me just change the temperature. That's probably going to dump our speeds as expected. Just resend those. Hey. Keep this up. Portland ground, Challenger 650 Charlie Lima at Alpha 4, looking for taxi information Romeo.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Portland ground, runway 10 left at Echo. Taxi via Alpha Echo.
10 left at Echo, Alpha Echo, on Challenger 650 Charlie Lima. Good. Nobody's gonna kill us here. This is Alpha. Hang a left here. Picked a good day to fly. PDX, there was no visibility. Oh my. Your release R3 already came in late. You updated the latest R3. That was mostly just a hot fix for I accidentally tagged the build for Mac incorrectly. Oops. Bit of an oopsie moment, yeah.
Yes, the Tower King here is 66 Poppy no shore.
And again, I'm not adding thrust, don't even need to. We're already rolling 11 knots and actually gonna even accelerate more than that. 12 knots. Okay, taxi checks.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Yes, not required.
Brakes and steering.
It checked.
Reverse thrust.
Go ahead and check that. We should normally check it individually. I don't have a binding for it, so just check them both at the same time. We got both deploying, both stowed. Oh, I didn't want to buckle you through. And to get rid of this, just push ATS disconnect once and 1 TO.
If taxiing the de-ice, false checklist
We
here.
don't.
Flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set and cross-check. Radar weather. On.
Just gonna let the
Takeoff briefing.
first officer now do his thing. Takeoff briefing. We are straight ahead. Then hang a left here. Let's see, that knob there. Straight ahead. 540. Left turn to river. OSUG. And basically just following the FMS. FMS guidance is enabled. We're going to arm LNAV. And that's going to take us the rest of the way. Reviewed.
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
Okay. And we're looking for Echo here to the right. That's going to be our takeoff. I have to Google that. EBS. Yes. Are we going to do a HUD takeoff or no HUD today? What do you folks say? Okay, what's tower frequency anyway? Tower is... Slow down a little bit. It didn't even add thrust and we're already rolling 20 knots and I still got to do stuff. Portland clearance, tower, 10 left, 18.7. I'm going to slow down here so I don't run off the end. So, 10 left at Echo. This is Echo. No cheating, not HUD. Okay, so no HUD then.
Copy, uniform, contact departure. Overdraft, departure. Uniform.
Okay, just give it a squeeze of brakes here, clear that run taxiway so we're not quite so much in the way. Okay, so set the parking brake here. Still some stuff I want to do. So 18.7 was tower. 1187 is tower. We got departure was 11842, correct? 1842. So 11842 is preset for the next frequency. Swap over to tower and talk to tower. And we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and accomplish the checklists here. Just the remaining items. I'm going to take synthetic vision on the left here. Since you guys said I can't use HUD, just going to take synthetic vision. You didn't say I can't use that.
Before takeoff checklist.
Aspen departure, hello, King Air 66, Poppy uniform, 9100, lids 9.
On.
Actually.
Pros.
66 Poppy uniform, Aspen departure, radar contact.
Windshield heat. On. Wing and Cal anti-ice.
Okay, he held there. Okay. Portland Tower, November 650 Charlie Lima, 10 left at Echo, ready for departure.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Portland Tower, runway 10 left at Echo, clear for takeoff.
10 left at Echo, clear for takeoff, November 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, brakes are coming off. Okay, runway is identified, 10 left at Echo. Runway appears to be clear, so let's give it a squeeze of power here just to get rolling a little bit faster. So wing and Cal, I'm happy.
Continuous ignition. On. ATC TCAS. TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel. Checked. CAS. Takeoff config OK.
It is observed.
Landing, pulse, recog lights. On. Before takeoff checklist complete. After takeoff checklist next.
Okay, no need to spool them up, stabilize or anything like that, so I'm just gonna go ahead and mash ATS here. And we're looking for 88.4 on the thrust here for takeoff. Before 80. There's 88%, so thrust is achieved. V1, rotate. It's a fairly light aircraft today. Yeah, positive rate. Gears coming up. LNAV is engaged. Go, just following the LNAV guidance here. There's a 540 left turn. Reduce the nose attitude a little bit, so I'm just going to hold that desync here. Okay, flaps are coming up. Plug me up to 250.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, contact departure.
Over to departure, 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, to lighten my load here, autopilot, please save me. I'm going to take these guys on my head, and we're going to call up the preset. Departure, November 650 Charlie Lima, 2.5, climbing 7,000.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Portland departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 15,000.
I'll maintain 15,000, 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, 15.
Number 66 Papa Uniform, number 66 Papa Uniform, contact Denver Center 120.47.
15.
Denver Center 120.47,
After
66 Papa
takeoff.
Uniform.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. 0. Thrust reversers. Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. Checked. PAX transition.
Again, I'm just letting him, I'm just focusing on flying here. I'm just going to let the first officer take care of the airplane config for me. I'm going to focus on flying.
Completed. N1. Climb set. APU generator.
You know what, I'm going to take flight level change
APU.
here.
Shut down. Passenger signs.
Yeah, they can stay on for the time being.
CAS.
Is clear.
After takeoff checklist complete.
Okay, so people are asking what this APR arm is. Status, just going to stay on there for 5 minutes until the end, until basically after takeoff. If you don't have an engine failure.
Number 66 Papa Uniform, Denver Center, climb and
If you
maintain.
did have an
level
engine
2
failure,
traffic.
it would actually activate the APR system, but we don't. I don't have to worry about it. Just going to leave it there after 5 minutes of the timeout and be gone. Okie doke, coming up to 10K. So, as we come up to 10K here, I'm going to take 300, or actually 270 knots on the speed. Take the landing lights off. We got the after takeoff checklist completed. At this point, we're pretty much cruising mode. Just going to talk to ATC and any coordination that we got to do with them. Other than that, yeah, pretty much all there. As soon as we round out the second turn here, I'm going to turn off the cabin.
Executive 326, contact Denver Center
I'm going to turn off the cabin signs. Once we're on this leg here, this turn here is going to be fairly gentle.
Number
So
650 Charlie Lima, contact Seattle Center 121.4.
11.4, 650 Charlie Lima.
Is that jet 326, level 300, descending on the zones 5.
Vector 326, Denver Center, Centennial altimeter 2990. Center 0326.
Seattle Center, November 650 Charlie Lima, 13,500, climbing 15,000.
November 650 Charlie Lima, Seattle Center, climb and maintain flight level 230.
Climb and maintain flight level 230, 650 Charlie Lima. Yoke, 230 is set, and pretty soon we're going to get swapped over probably to another center frequency for the upper sectors, all the way up to our final 390. Okay, we're around this corner here. I'm going to activate manually half bank so we get gentler turns. Come on, I did push. Oh, right, we're in LNAV below flight level 290. Won't let me. Hornet jets all over PE now. Probably, I don't know. Yeah, I might wait for it until we round the outer corner there with the passenger signs. Kind of depends on where we are. I think below 30,000 feet is not going to let me engage. Half bank on LNAV. This is just an X-plane limitations of X-plane film as possible. Yes, absolutely. It's more a matter of like X-plane just doesn't have the facilities for doing IR imagery. Literally, it just doesn't have the functionality. There we go. Flight level 180 transition. And standard here as well. And passing 186, 186, and on the right side, 188, 188. Good stuff. So, cross-checked there. I'm expecting a frequency switch here soon. Pick up the heading bug occasionally.
650 Charlie Lima, contact Seattle Center 135.15.
3515 650 Charlie Lima. Seattle Center, November 650 Charlie Lima, flight level 205, climbing flight level 230.
November 650 Charlie Lima, Seattle Center, good afternoon. Climb and maintain flight level 390.
Climb and maintain 390, 650 Charlie Lima. I already knew what's going to happen, so I kind of started dialing in the altitude. That's bad piloting. You shouldn't be doing that. You should wait for an actual clearance to come in. 390, there we go. Is that something Lamina's working on? I don't think so right now. That's their priority right now is just to get X-Plane 12 out. You possibly convert your ground mapping code to simulate IR, not a request but a question. Not quite. I could draw terrain, that's not the issue. It's more the matter of like what's the stuff on the ground. And that's what the IR functionality is really all about, is I can quite easily draw a synthetic vision image. I mean, obviously, I've already done it, right? This is a synthetic vision image right there. But the issue is IR needs to show. IR needs to actually show the stuff that's on the terrain. So obstacles, buildings, people, cars, other aircraft, that kind of stuff. And I'm not really all about, I'm not all about doing basically a sim inside of a sim. Just be able to like do IR imagery.
Flight Center, November 989, Mike Sierra, new flight level 260. November 989, Mike Sierra, Salt Lake City Center, good afternoon.
We're gonna leave the seatbelts. Actually, you know what? We can take them off, and we'll go ahead and make the cabin comfy and stuff. Bye-bye. Close this off so we don't get the chill out of the door there. Yes, fuel dump is only used during emergencies.
Jet 326, contact Denver, approach 126.1.
There's a door there? You didn't see the curtain door? Yes, I mean there's doors all over the place. And yeah, that is a door. Tiny, tiny little door. Okay, taking a turn to our left here. Now, the deck angle is fairly benign here below 5 degrees, so that's why I turned the seat belts off. We can Leave them on auto, just in case we forget. I know a lot of airlines have like regulations where they'll never keep the seatbelts just on off. They go from on to auto and back.
Thank you for call. Cleared ILS runway 35.
What's happening? The flight is happening. Can you open the cargo compartment? Not yet. We'll be adding that in. Okay, and our full flight plan, if I bring it up all... Let's see, I'm just going to give the ICAS to the first officer here. I'm going to take the upper menu and turn it off. You can see our full route right there. This is honestly a pretty benign route in terms of like what the Challenger can do. Challenger can go almost 10 times as far, so this is still pretty tame. If you just added your own visuals, you'd have your own flight sim. Pretty much. And I'm not super, you know, stoked about having to rewrite the sim just to get the IR imagery in there. Make any plane get access you need. Which would you choose if that's something you want to answer? I honestly have no specific preferences. As long as they're cool, I love them all. I mean, there are things which are off limits for me in terms of what I wouldn't want to do. Usually stuff that's boring. Not like off limits as in disallowed, but more like I just don't care for them. I don't care for an Airbus. I don't care for a 737. They've been done to death. Not that I don't like them as aircraft, it's just they're boring to me. So... Now, I know there's somebody in chat who'd absolutely love it to me to bits if I were to do a shorts 360 or Skyvan. BJ, ugh. Is the forward equipment bay thing planned? Yes. Would that require Gordon to quit sleeping altogether? Palm 57. It is not. 360, 330 Skyvan Mega Pack. Yes. And as a bonus, as a mission, cargo mission on a Skyvan, what you would do is you would transport parts of another Skyvan inside of your Skyvan. And, you know, surprise, they're not parts of another Skyvan, they're just your own spare parts. So you're basically just transporting your Skyvan to transport spare parts for yourself. Okay, there we go. Mach 0.77 is what I want.
November 2701 Quebec, clearance on request. And verify your equipment subject. Your files is slightly
climbing pretty steep here. 1,500 feet a minute. That's the limit for RVSM space.
November 01 Quebec. Okay, just double check the equipment in your airplane. Not sure if I've seen a slant Lima Skyhawk before, so just verify the equipment and come get back.
500, 550, 560 Excel Mega Pack is better. I don't know. There's a lot of aircraft that are cool. It's to a degree I have to like consider what would be actually popular among people. You know, I don't want to make my crazy pet projects just to like essentially shelve them or sell them to 2 people and that'll be it. I'm sure Reflected Reality Sim here would absolutely love it if I did a Viscount, but or a VC10. Well, VC10 might actually sell somewhat, but unfortunately, even so, the sales potential of the VC10, I can tell you right away, compared to the Challenger, I wouldn't be surprised if we sold less than half of a VC10 than we did of a Challenger. In the Discord, using FLC in higher levels is not ideal. I'll use vertical speed. Is there more information about this? Alec 246, so there is a limitation on flight level change in Mach mode with the VNAV. So if I push VNAV here, this is what they say is not permitted. But flight level change in Mach mode plane is perfectly fine. Actually, it's VFLC plus speed control from the FMS.
Minute 2483 Heavy San Francisco clearance on request, stand by.
So yeah, that's, I mean, a VC-10 would be cool. MD-11 would sell like hotcakes. Well, MD-11 is already being made, so I'm not gonna like retread a path that had already been trodden on. So, you know.
United 2483 Heavy cleared to the Newark airport.
Exactly why, I don't know. I think that there's some bugs in there in the real thing. I can't tell you why. I know that simply it is a limitation in the AFM, or rather by Bombardier's guidance. Might be an airworthiness or AD or something like that. You think about upcoming X-Plane 12 will give us significantly better graphics, even with the CL650? Yeah, absolutely it will. Yeah, it should be good. It should be really nice. What about oscillating in NFLC while VS is rock solid? Could be. Perhaps I didn't reproduce that bug, I guess, so sue me. The limitation in AFM or isn't? I'm not sure if it is in the AFM. Or it might just be a training thing. Okay, here we go. Flight level 390, so I'm just going to roll it up to Mach 0.82. If you want, you can go ahead and select cruise thrust limit. Sure, why not? We're just going to look at the pretty circles. It changes.
326, contact Centennial Tower, 118.9 or so on.
It changes from caret symbols to like these thick circles there. That's your cruise thrust limit. Not too cold up here, minus 59C. Usually people have some trouble with climbing in the Challenger if they're trying to push the jet at very low temperatures. There's there we go, perfectly fine. You know, if you're above minus 60, it's generally not a problem. M60 stands for max continuous approach, doesn't it? Yes.
Yeah, we're set to standard. And flight level 230.
Not sure why the table here says 92.5.
I noticed when we were at
have to check that.
That
I think that's like single engine or something, and I'm pretty sure the table doesn't have data this far up.
Active sky. That may be the reason for it.
Which is, I'm not entirely sure. Cruise thrust limit is perfectly safe. I'm going to check why the table is 92.9. I'm pretty sure the table is 92.9. But I can't tell you exactly
why. Yeah, I think I have to go with the sim.
No idea.
You should always go with the sim.
Where are the smoke goggles in the cockpit? Nevada rocks, they are not currently functional, but they're here.
Interpolation, maybe?
Got a little symbol here that says smoke goggles.
Sometimes when there are extreme altimeters in the region,
and pull this out and
altimeter at higher altitudes, but I don't have really any extreme altimeters. They're all in the relative range of 299 or 2. But it's don't worry about it. As long as you have what's set in your simulator, it's fine.
Okay, copy. Thanks.
Challenger causing issues on the network. Yeah, the thing is, even though it says we're flying flight level 390 barometric, that's because we're flying ambient pressure, right? But pressure gradients change with ambient temperature, or rather the temperature column in the air. And if we go to GNSS status, we're pretty close. We're 200 feet off, so it's not too far. I would have expected us to be a lot lower. But yeah, all good. Might have just canceled out with a high meter.
Departure frequency 119.6, squawk 4564.
Here, just finished with oscillation, especially if you get into flight levels. Use speed mode in place of FLCH. They're familiar. They're similar. And your aircraft these higher than cruise. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why. Did you show the smoke goggles? Yeah. So I currently have to like pull up a data editor to bring out the smoke. Smoke goggles.
To Corvallis Airport. Eugene 1 departure. Radar vectors Eugene VOR.
Victor 481.
Corvallis VOR.
There we go. I can sort of put the goggles on like this, but I don't have a click spot for them currently.
Squawk 4564.
Oh yeah. They're implemented, it's just you have no way of pulling them out. We managed to show up the aircraft to Bombardier people. No, I'm not in contact with them. This is just an entertainment product. Don't use this for training. If you do, I'm gonna come to your house and I don't know, steal your shoes.
November 01 Quebec. Verify the route. Eugene 1 departure.
Okay, we're in SBAS PA mode.
VOR.
Got good reception on the
Victor
WASP service.
481, Corvallis VOR. Then direct Corvallis Airport.
No VNAV tracking here. Let me just bring up on the right side display menu. Go to on. We'll be arriving 31.2 and 2840 pounds of fuel. Sticker's working fine. Yes, we fixed those. There's actually a last minute fix in 1.2.3. These guys here. Not pro study. Yeah, totally. It's like, what did somebody say in our Discord today? And if you say that you've had fun in P3D, that's illegal, according to their end user license agreement anyway.
Okay, we'll go down to,
so make sure you're not having fun in P3D. It's not allowed for entertainment use. Planets and train monkeys and to steal all the person's underwear. I mean, I got you folks, so you want to call yourselves the band of flying monkeys of Hot Start. Please do not start a P3D drama. You can't have fun in P3D. Well, Jules, there's a fight in wars right there. Honestly, I don't care about the simulator platforms themselves so much. For me, X-Plane is just a good, solid platform, and I like it. It's very open. The developers are receptive. They're very, very helpful. They're good at their job, so you know, good enough for me. Anyway, use that. Come to your L18 together.
Number 505 Tango Charlie cleared to the Monterey Airport.
There's a reference to X-Plane settings text, which about things include X-Plane crashing, X-Plane hanging, X-Plane failing to start, your whole computer hanging, your computer capture, and a highly trained monkey stealing all of your underwear. Yeah, that'd be a bad thing probably. How are they looking back there? And my shadows, I gotta fix those. X-Plane just has a super low shadow rendering distance on my machine.
Tango Charlie, read back, correct?
Yeah, let's just sit back here. Flying over Eugene.
Sector 326 Alpha to parking, this frequency, have a good day.
Outside, minus 80 Fahrenheit. Oof. That's chill. Minus 62 SAT. Yeah, it's getting colder. As we're flying south. Sort of counterintuitively. You guys chill there, don't bother me. Enjoy your cabin meal service or something. Yes. I went there for my CPL cross country. Lovely. It's a moot point us. Chevy. Or Chewy? That's supposed to be Chewy. It's better than all the rest. Or Chevy. Okay, no, Chevy. Isn't Chevy usually spelled with two V's? I might be misremembering this. Anyway. Is that first flight where you officially enjoying the aircraft, by the way? Might very well be, yeah. Will you ever get a functional coffee machine? Study level coffee making, sure. We'll be simulating all the internal pressures inside of an espresso machine. And you can gauge the quality of the shot by how foamy it is.
November 139 Alpha Yankee.
And then we'll gauge, give you like a rating of 1 to 10 on how good the coffee came out. I don't know, if you guys don't drink espresso, then we'll, I don't know, put like a tea kettle in there for myself, because I don't drink coffee, so I'll like replace this here with a tea kettle or something. I don't know. Kind of just talking here. Let's play him something in there. Sure.
Attention, please. You may now remove your seatbelt, although it is recommended to keep your seatbelt fastened, as we may encounter unexpected turbulence during the flight.
November 66 Papa Uniform, contact Denver approach 126.1.
Denver approach,
because it made
126.16,
more
uniform.
sense. Felt completely weird. Honestly, units and scales for most people are completely arbitrary. They're just numbers. Yeah, there's nothing special about one number compared to another. Study level draws with snacks and drinks. Yes, we do. So that is not quite up to me, but yes, I do.
Denver 66, copy, uniform Denver approach, good afternoon.
Please copy the with tea kettle if you're a UK Reg aircraft. Now there's some thinking right there. So I'm expecting we'll be getting a frequency switch right around after Harper, before home egg. This is about, we're going to be switched from Seattle Center to NorCal. So yeah, Oakland Center, I'm sorry, yeah. Oakland Center is going to be for NorCal here, for the Northern California region.
Number 744 Romeo,
and NorCal approach is going to come in. We'll be talking about NorCal obviously after top of the descent there, top of drop.
Maintain 9,000. Departure frequency 128.75.
Really have to have proper espresso machines.
5305.
No capsule coffee, eh? XBG GIF.
November 4 Bravo Romeo, squawk
Just like XBG GIF.
5305.
Now I just stirred up some motions. So we had no use of this guy here. We paid so much money to buy this thing. I forgot how much this option is. It's like a $200,000 option or something like that. HUDs are crazy expensive.
Bravo Romeo, back, correct.
Maybe $100,000, something like that. So it's a fairly hefty sum. It's you know, it's not your mama's garage door, a garage projector. This is an expensive piece of kit. They charge you a lot for it. Might be less than that. No, not 200K. Probably more like 100. 100 aviation monitor units, as they say. It seems a little bit less crazy on the numbers. So, should we do a fuel check? Just for funsies. Lack data. We passed Hisku at 4,300 pounds of fuel. We expect Harper at 4010. We've got... What? I think it's extremely pessimistic right there. Or is it? No, this is predicted. What am I saying here? And we got a follower again, Bananagram03. Welcome aboard. How are you? I think it's based off how much you base the system first. What? Yeah, it locked my screen here. Yeah, of course I typed my password wrong. I was born and raised in a metric country, but started flying in the US. Now, when I hear runway lengths and meters, kilometers, it's confusing. Yeah. How can I make the phone louder? Want it louder? I forgot which bus it's tied to an X-plane, but it should be like internal sounds or something like that. If you're playing around with the sound settings other than the master volume slider, then, you know, it can be all over the place. Solar Hawk 7. Welcome aboard. How are you? Will we ever see the banana bowl? Found where they show off or advertise the CL650 as the assistant laying out a bowl of fruit, primarily the bananas, and then some sandwich cuts. Good idea. Hear about the phone ring itself, but Jenny is UI sound. Yeah, probably it's probably in there somewhere. I'll start flight support. Jenny speaking. Am I still on PilotEdge? Everybody's gone kind of quiet. Is the AT20 an interesting consideration? Use Proline Fusion. The AT20 is interesting. It hasn't been done yet. It's, you know, it's an airliner, so it's not, you know, the most fascinating thing for me, but I understand people want airliners. Why is there a hole in my terrain? And I can hear my machine doing a lot of stuff. So what are we up to, mister? Okay, it just was taking its sweet long while to load terrain. Sure. Possible to bind service status to a key command. Yes, you can, Tylenol. You mean this pop-up here? Yes, absolutely you can. I forgot exactly where it is, but there is a command for it. ACJ220. Exists. It does it? Does it? Okay. There may be. I mean, for money, they'll do anything, right? Are we still talking to somebody? I can't hear anything. 135.15. Well, let's go ahead and start monitoring something. 1215. Start monitoring guard here. Need money for it. Okay, cool. What do you think about the global? Global's interesting. Big jet, long legs, physically and range-wise. Yeah. I know people have actually been asking us, why do we do a Challenger over a Global? And when I tell them Challenger's more flexible and less expensive to operate, so operators quite more easily can justify flying a Challenger, they're like, but I don't care about that, it's just sim money. And sure, yeah, but at that point you kind of have to ask, like, you care about realistic operations or not. You're not sleeping much these days, am I right? Yeah, not much, Pac-Man. I went to bed. Ugh. You want to know when I went to bed last night? When we were cutting the 1.2 release. I went to bed at like 8:15 a.m. So that was kind of interesting. I'm a little bit unsure because I'm not hearing anybody on PilotEdge.
Yeah, it's 2043.
Oh, there they are.
San Francisco ground. Confirm your position on the ramp and squawk 2407.
2 a.m. So, yeah. Yeah, 8:15 a.m. local. How much of the coding for the Challenger would be reusable for another ProLine add-on? Escape 331. Hard to be sure, but I would imagine probably half the code base is somewhat reusable. I've tried to make the airplane fairly generic in that there's a lot of infrastructure. There's a lot of infrastructure in here where stuff can be reused. So the entire airplane is built on top of a framework I call A-bus. Usually, it used to stand for avionics bus. Now it just stands for A-bus. And what it is the entire aircraft is assembled out of abstract modules, each of which runs in a thread. Well, not necessarily each of them, but they run in what they call run pools. A run pool is a single thread that then might contain multiple modules. Modules have a state where they are able to be persisted, serialized, and deserialized. And they can be, and then they can also expose through an agnostic interface data to each other. So that is one of the interfaces is what I call the A429 or ARINC 429 bus interface. So these are simulated serial buses that are in the aircraft that allow, well, not all of them are, because for example this one is an ARINC 717 bus. But a lot of these are ARINC 429 buses, and where you expose data, you have to serialize it, put it on the bus, and deserialize, get it out the other end. They're all interconnected in realistic ways, which is to say every bus has a realistic number of terminations, or rather, it's going between actual modules where it really is. So, for example, L-ADC-1 bus is really going to the HSTCU and the 4 IOCs that are inside of the aircraft. L-ADC-2 is going to the left PFD, right PFD, right MFD, and the heads-up guidance computer, and blah 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 blah. Is there a free specification for it? No, it isn't. There isn't. I didn't implement it exactly, one-to-one, because I don't bother with like bitwise exact formats on the bus. For instance, if I need to send a floating point number, I just send a floating point number, and it comes out the other end as a floating point number. I don't have to worry about too hard about like serializing it into the actual exact bitwise representation. But you still have to have labels assigned to everything, and you have to like subscribe to the labels on the other end if you want to forward data. So, for instance, today I was coding in where if you do a stall test, 3295, 650 Charlie Lima, 132 905, 905, not 2. Oakland Center, November 650 Charlie Lima, flight level 390.
November 650 Charlie Lima, Oakland Center, good afternoon.
Yeah, so, say for instance, so today I was messing about with, sending the, so we have a bug in the release version, but it's fixed here in this debug version, where if you do a stall test, we should see a flashing symbol here. In my old version, I didn't signal this data from the two stall protection computers, so instead I was using the aux AOA for the flasher. Not correct, so I've had to plumb that up. So the stall computer has a discrete signal that basically just says stall, right? It's just a single wire. There's another thing in ABUS where you can each individual avionics module or module in the aircraft, it doesn't even have to be avionics, can expose a set of wires, and those are, they could be physical signals, they could be discrete, they could be analog signals, whatever, and these then get digitized into the avionics network by these things called the DCUs, the data concentrator units. So in this case, data concentrator unit channel, there are actually two of them, and they are split into channel A and channel B. DCU channel A is for digitizing stuff, so making a serial data out of it. DCU2 then does like logic processing on it and sends it on further. So DCU channel A, both 1 and 2, digitize the stall protection signal from the respective on-site computer. Then they send it over to each other. Let's see, LDCU, also LDCU-X, where's LDCU? There we go. There's an internal virtual airing bus between channel A and channel B where the data is flowing through. And so if we scroll down here, go to label 300, stall. So DCU channel A digitizes both sides of the stall protection system, stall signal. It's just a single bit. This then gets sent on from DCU channel B over a bunch of buses out for, in this case, LDCU2, which is received by the left PFD, right MFD, left PFD, right PFD, left MFD, right MFD. So the DCU has to route that data through. But you'll notice one thing that's missing on here, and that is the heads-up guidance computer. Heads-up guidance computer doesn't link up directly to this bus. So how do we get the data in there? One thing the heads-up guidance computer does interface to is called the input-output concentrator, the IOC. There's another set of data routers inside of the avionics bay. So, and there's a link between DCUs to IOC to the heads-up guidance computer. So, what happens is DCUs also forward that data onto, where are you? There we go. So that data for the stall signal also gets sent over LDCU7 and RDCU7 bus. Go to channel, we're going to look for label 300, blah, 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 blah. Stall signal right there. So the IOCs are receiving that, and all 4 IOCs receive that. And they then forward it on over, let's see, which one's let's say LAIOC, which one's going to go to the heads-up guidance computer? Nope. 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 There we go, LAIOC1. And on here we should find label 300 on the SPC equipment type. There we go, label 300, stall. That is how the heads-up guidance computer sees the stall signal. The stall signal from the stall protection computer has to jump through 2 network hops before it gets to the heads-up guidance computer for it to actually know, okay, we're in a stall, and it's going to draw like a symbol on here, like vertically stall the word. Is finite element theory used in the simulation? Not to my knowledge, I don't think. Finite element simulation would be something more like aerodynamic stuff, and I don't think if X-Plane does that kind of stuff. But holy crap, Nevada rocks. What happened? Hope you're taking notes. There's going to be a test at the end. Yes. Definitely a test. You know me. I love my tests, especially when you have to do with like avionics stuff. We are done with the lecture. Are we done with the lecture? Yes, we are. Anyway, you just heard the tortuous path that signals from the stall protection computers have to take until they are able to be drawn on here. If I killed any of the stall computers, you would naturally see a stall signal on there. There potential lag between... Yes, there is. SK331. Now, it's fairly minor. It's like, 1/10 of a second, perhaps. So it's really, really hard to be able to notice it. But it is there.
Challenger 139 Alpha Yankee, contact Seattle Center.
That's not us.
121.4.
So, yeah. It can happen, yeah. You can have a slight... Are you simulating bit flips? I could. Theoretically, I could, but no. In this case, our buses... Our buses are considered 100% reliable. This is a real simulation, not just an animation.
Center, Challenger 139, correction, Challenger 139 Alpha Yankee, level 11,000.
November 139 Alpha Yankee, Seattle Center, climb and maintain level 230. Good afternoon.
Something tells me that this person is flying our Challenger. My current TAT. Let me just put my headset on so I can turn up my volume just a little bit.
Copy uniform, contact Denver Center 118.57.
TAT currently is minus 34. We can actually go even faster. Although we're already flying our speed that we filed, so I can't really change the speed too much.
Denver Center, King Air 66 Papa uniform, flight level 230.
November 66 Papa uniform, Denver Center, good afternoon.
So, where is the limit?
CL Center, Challenger 139
good N2 performance.
November 139 Alpha Yankee.
Fritz,
we appear to be in
generally
turns to the hold at Rogue Valley, and that's my
got
apologies.
A puff of smoke or something?
Make sure to configure for right-hand turns. However, we appear to be in left, so I'm not sure what happened there. That's my apologies.
Generally, you should be pretty good at Mach 0.77 for climb.
No problem. Turn left direct Rogue
That will generally keep you clear of any
left direct Rogue Valley on
temperature limits.
Challenger 139 Alpha Yankee. Thank you.
Number 505 Tango Charlie, contact departure.
Apologies, I'm just clearing my throat here. At minus 46, TAT at Mach 0.7. I'm just going to get a move into flight level 380. So I guess that's who. Well, flight level 380 minus.
505 Tango Charlie Cascade departure, radar contact.
What was the absolute temperature? Because you were probably pushing the minimum temperature limits of the aircraft at that point. Flight level 380 it's doable on an initial climb as long as you're not too heavy. But yeah, it really depends on the absolute temperature. And so when it's too cold, especially during winter times, you can have trouble. Which is kind of like, it's being exacerbated by the fact that we've released the airplane, in northern hemispheric winter. So people might think that, oh my god, the Challenger always has trouble climbing. It's not that. It's... in the summer, you're going to have the opposite problem. You're going to have overheating at low altitudes and that kind of stuff. Or possibly even at high altitudes. But, here I am at minus 62.4 degrees Celsius. It was my ISO minus 4 when I climbed up here. Now it's ISO minus whatever. It's minus 6 or something. Yeah, there we go, minus 6. It's not super cold here yet, but... minus 70 is the limit. You cannot go lower than that. That is too cold for the Challenger. You should descend at that point if you're into warmer air.
November 66 Papa uniform, pilot's discretion, descend and maintain 7,000. Advise when you have weather and net of the Hollyoak.
Okay, let's start thinking about our arrival here.
Weather at Hollyoak. So I guess we'll request the RNAV runway 32 from Ogilvy.
Minus 70 SAT, yes.
November 66 copy, uniform Roger, expect that.
You're essentially going to run out of, you know, both engine performance and engine data. At below minus 7,
505 Tango Charlie, contact Seattle Center.
at minus, less than minus 70 Celsius, you're actually not going to get a performance target here anymore.
November 1 Trainer Alpha Yankee, contact
Yeah,
Seattle
the
Center
Smart Pirate, welcome
135.15.
aboard. How are you doing? Thanks for following.
135.15.
Not good for fuel
Tango
either.
Trainer Alpha Yankee.
That too, yeah. You gotta keep an eye on your fuel temps, which are indicated here. Bulk temp right now is +6, so that's fine. We've had fairly warm fuel in the tanks pumped in. That wasn't a problem, but yeah, if you've got very, very cold fuel, you can have trouble. You can start definitely having issues.
Seattle Center, good afternoon. 5505 Tango Charlie.
And if you'll currently freeze, trying to remember. I don't think so. I should probably implement that. Yeah, you're right. I should probably implement it, but I don't think it can freeze right now.
For 505 Tango Charlie. And Seattle Center, Challenger 139 Alpha Yankee, flight level correction. Flight level 225, coming flight level 230.
All hearing all this Challengers on frequency fills my heart with joy.
To flight level 370, Challenger
There's
139.
a lot of people enjoying the aircraft. That's absolutely great. I love that. On a +20 today, I didn't like that much either. Flight level 36. Wait, what? At flight level 360, you had +20? Or ISA +20. Okay, yeah. Yeah. That is very warm. That is extremely hot. Not giving Toto ideas. Oh no, absolutely. We should be making that happen. I am super appreciative of that suggestion.
Number 744 Bravo Romeo, Tri-Cities Tower, fly runway heading, runway 21 right, cleared for takeoff.
Actually, we've got a little bit of imbalance here, 300 pounds. You know what? We can do a little bit of a balancing act. So left to aux. Start my timer. Before 5 minutes, we have to turn this off. Only we had this in P3D. I'm not sure it'd be doable in P3D, to be honest. I don't think it would really translate all that well. Any changes in systems for 123, or was that an installer bug? Sorry, I missed that. It was a build assembly bug on 123. It was a build assembly bug. So basically, I had accidentally tagged or I forgot to pull the tags over into my Mac repo when I built 1.22, and that resulted in the Mac version still thinking it's 1.21, but it saw 1.22 as the version string on the server. So it kept bugging people about an upgrade, which they didn't need, but just kept bugging them about it, which kind of dumb. We got 1 minute in the fuel transfer. Still got a bit of a ways to go, so I'm going to leave it another minute.
Challenger 650 Charlie.
I know that voice.
292 descending 240 at Avenal.
I know that voice.
Number 650 Charlie Sierra, Oakland Center cross, wiggle at 10,000.
He's Freeman? Heli pilot?
Cross wiggle at 10,000, Challenger 0 Charlie Sierra.
Challenger 0 Charlie Sierra. The light on the left to use. What's outside of that? This thing here, that is, I think, a detachable light that you can like grab and point at stuff in the cockpit if you want. You don't simulate it right now. I guess we could like click on it and like turn on the X-plane default map light or that kind of stuff. Or done in WASM, which single threaded. Was curious if all the systems in this plane were on one thread. No evidence. No, they're very not on one thread. I can actually show you. Am I going to be able to show you? This is a 4K screen. This is a 4K screen, and this stupid thing doesn't scale. And especially with UI scaling, it kind of borks itself.
Denver Center, King Air 66, Papa Uniform, leaving flight level 230.
Let's see. Yeah, this is pretty unreadable even for me.
Number 744 Bravo Romeo, contact departure.
Quick count. It's probably something like 40 threads, maybe 50 threads. Composed the aircraft. I really kind of lost count. We could estimate it, I guess, but Yeah, a number of threads. The number of threads really doesn't matter all that much. What matters is how much work they do. And yeah, all the work parts go to work within 4K. Yeah, I should probably switch to data ref tool. Number of passengers affect the maximum range. Yeah, well, rich milk tea generally it mostly affects the passengers are fairly light. It's mostly about the amount of fuel you can take before you hit your max takeoff weight limits. Which on the Challenger, if you go to full fuel, you can only take 2 passengers and 2. Well, you already got 2 pilots on board, so only 2 passengers or 2 extra people. And that's 4,000 miles of range. So consider that. If you want to go longer than that, oh right, shit, I forgot about the fuel crossflow. Yeah. Oops. See, gotta start talking and you forget about it. Yeah, that's how you get into a oscillation with the fuel. And it's still integrating, so probably going to be a little bit lower now on the left than on the right, but yeah, close enough. Is it correct that when you call Jenny in advance to offload passengers when you when turning on seatbelt signs, even though main doors are already open? Only deboard when turn. Yes, Fritz. Our passengers are very, very well trained. They will not leave the seat until you turn off. Until you turn off the seatbelt sign and the beacon light. So you have to turn off beacon light, open the door, and turn off seatbelt signs. Reminds me of probably. Let's see. Do we want to make another flight today? How about we do another flight? We'll think of a destination here. Okay, headset off.
Hot start flight support. Jenny speaking. How can we help?
Get a van ready.
Understood.
They want to go into, into
ready
town.
for you. Anything else?
Yeah, that's about all.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
Actually, we want to fuel on. Whatever. I'll call her. I'll call for fuel when we get there. See now, bulk temperature is now down to +3 as we're flying. Now, it's a fairly short flight, so it's not really going to cool down all that much, but yeah. There was a redesign. There was a design to put beacon on a window. Quick refuel stop. PD down to 240, 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, we got cleared. We still got 70 miles to go to top of drop, so I'm going to pre-select level 240. We're authorized for the descent. So I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to RMB nav, V alt, stuff. So, do you need to load packs? No. You can keep them on a plane. Yeah, Lejules. They're not going to deboard until you call Jenny and like order a fuel, order the passenger van. So they're going to stay on board for as long as you. Yeah, you can do a multi hop. Okay, let's start talking about the approach here. We're not going to have. See if we can pick up the clearance out of Monterey or ATIS. 19125. Go to tune radio 2.
Departing runway 28 left, 28 right. Visual approaches in use. VFR departure with contact clearance delivery. Advise on course heading. Altitude.
Not sure if this is Monterey.
Following these requested. Read back all runway assignments and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact of information Victor. Monterey Peninsula Airport. ATIS information Victor. 2154 Zulu. Wind 310 at 4. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 17. 2.3. Altimeter 3011. Arriving at departing runway 28 left. 28 right. Visual approaches in use. VFR departure with contact clearance delivery. Advise on course heading.
So, you got an idea? I really like flying PilotEdge. Recently I found myself being forgotten.
2483 heavy NorCal.
throughout my trial. Rich milk tea, I like it quite a lot better than VATSIM, because on VATSIM you're going to be forgotten by design.
Call for United 2483.
Okay, so we know what we're going to get there. It's going to be visual approaches, 2 at left and 2 at right. Bring up charts here, go to the airport here at... Now we're going to get 2 at left for landing, for sure, at Monterey. Which means visual approach. So we don't have a... you know, the FMS actually is pretty smart. I'm not going to do the whole, you know, put in clearance limit, put in altitude at like 10,000 or 10 miles. Do we want to do that? 30 miles out, 10,000 feet above the field. We could. Possible for in the pro line to construct your own approach procedure. No. VNAV synthetic light. Well, Intel to a degree, you can use the visual approach functionality. But you know, don't go trying to bend that into Universal's kind of deal what they do. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna give myself sort of a descent target. Actually, the VNAV is automatic, is good enough. So the VNAV aims to be for you to be 10 miles away from the field at 1,500 feet above field elevation. So you consider to simulate the FO voice different when one has the headset on. Yeah, Nevada rocks. I might do that. Oh, I forgot. No idea. I do have the headset on there. Two challenger pilots use VNAV in most cases go down FLC. And I think it's mostly FLC, not because the aircraft can't do it. It's more a matter of like air traffic rarely gets you to fully control your own vertical path, so you generally kind of have to play ball with everybody else. So we've no arrival restrictions, altitudes, that kind of stuff. Shui at 1754. That's pretty much, yeah, it's about 10 miles out. And if I go and put in Monterey at 17 miles out. Interesting. So we could actually delay descending a little bit. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna do it like this. Monterey. And then I'm gonna go fix Monterey. 10 miles. Distance cross. Copy back. Stick it into the flight plan. And this guy we want to put 1,500 feet above the field. So Monterey is at like 200 feet. Let me just quickly check that. Runway elevation here is, where's 150? Yeah, 200 feet plus. So we'll make it 1,700. Yeah, call it 2,000. 18. There we go. That'll give us a better top of drop there. ATT temps are still high after 24-hour shutdown periods. There's a bug. It's just not something that I've finished implementing yet, Mark 70. I do want to make it a little bit more persistent, or better persistent. So it cools off in real time. It's partially there, but it's not fully done yet. What are we looking for approaches? Do we want to do an actual instrument approach? You got RNAV GPS or RMP2 at left? Nope. It doesn't really look good for us. Doesn't make a difference. We'd go probably Salinas. You know what? We'll just go with the RNP. Yeah, vector to Salinas, and from there means we can actually go higher. We can stay higher up, but yeah, whatever. In that case, if we were planning to land 1.8 or 2.8s, so we'll probably actually want to stay higher than 1,800. We'll put ourselves at like 4,000 feet there. delay the descent a little bit. We're gonna get vectored down anyway. And so yeah. I control a bunch of out of field just south.
5 Tango Charlie, contact Oakland Center 132.905.
Cool. Let's plan for this. I've planned 4,000 feet, 10 miles ahead of the field. We could make a straight in almost out of that, but
505 Tango Charlie,
that extra set of track miles there, that's going to keep us high. Now they're being loaded. Also, when it enters their field weight and FMC, then refers it only. Does the Challenger being loaded also when I enter the zero fuel weight in the FMC, which is given by SimBrief, or does it add weight? That's, you're programming the FMC. The FMC does not affect what the airplane weighs. You're still thinking like a simmer. No. This is a computer inside a computer. This doesn't affect what happens in the simulator world. What arm performance? 0.3, that's Karma. Okay, coming up on top of descent here. Go to Prague, we can see 1,000 feet to go. Just about getting ready there. They vectored here and didn't clear for approach. What? So, coming up on top of descent, we are flight level 240 VNAV path armed. There we go.
Number 650 Charlie Sierra, contact NorCal approach 121.3. NorCal 121.3, Challenger 0 Charlie Sierra. Number 6 Pop uniform, no traffic observed between you and Holyoke. Report cancellation of IFR or Mr. Approach while airborne on this frequency, or you can cancel on the ground within 5 minutes of landing on 122.2. Frequency change is approved.
Okay, frequency change approved. We'll call you on 122.2. Thanks, 66 Pop uniform.
Oakland Center, November 650 Charlie Lima, vacated flight level 390.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, thank you.
Okey-doke, down we go.
Number 650 Charlie Sierra, NorCal approach, thanks for Victor, altimeter 3011. Do you have the ATIS? Sorry, do you have an approacher?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I stepped on you too. I meant to say, do you have an approach request rather than ATIS because you checked in with Victor. What's up?
Alrighty, so, you know the weather there. And listen to the ATIS. So it is 1.5 on the weather. I'm just going to confirm that again here with data line because I'm not entirely sure I heard it right. So Monterey, KMRY, Monterey. And Johnfly, thanks for the host. Welcome everybody from Johnfly stream. Hope you've been flying. Or you might have been driving. I know Johnfly likes to drive his trucks around occasionally. How's everybody doing? 16 now. Good stuff. 3011 on the meter. So, temperature is 16. Winds are 3204. I know that there's pilots who don't like to put those in. Some do, some don't. You know, whatever. 3011 on the meter. And it needs a runway selection. So, we're going to assume that we're going to go land runway 28 left. And that's our V-speeds. Actually, we're going to also check our landing weight. 31.1. We're going to be 400 pounds lighter than we are currently. That's our final V-speeds right there. Rock and roll, snack air, everybody. Where can I find the estimated landing weight? Couldn't find it. Just estimated fuel on board at destination. Right there.
Challenger 9 Alpha Yankee.
There's also giant old data display here. Love the streams when you join a voice channel on a stream channel. Cool. First milk tea, glad you like that. So you can go to MFD data here. Now this normally displays your takeoff reference. That's the default page. You go to approach reference if you want to see that. There's also a display menu now. This is context sensitive to whatever is displayed on the MFB. And there's a truckload of information on there, including flight plan progress and...
40 Charlie Cherry, looking for the published message. You want alternate instructions?
Let's see, this one doesn't show your weight. It only shows fuel, but you can go and play around with, let's see, position report. Ah, there we go. And on MFD Advanced, we can go and page through here, and you would be able to see.
Challenger 0 Charlie Lima, contact Oakland Center 128.7.
128.7, Challenger 650 Charlie Lima. Oakland Center, November 650 Charlie Lima, flight level 300, descending flight level 240.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Oakland Center, descend and maintain flight level 200.
Descend and maintain 200, 650 Charlie Lima. Okie doke, so get rid of you.
Bravo Romeo, contact Seattle Center 132.6.
200 is checked. And let's go ahead and display back on the map there. Yep, there's a ton of information you can bring up here. Yeah, it's just generally something that's, you know, not immediately in your face. There's San Francisco and the entire Bay Area. You got the Golden Gate here. Neat. Which is red for some reason. Apparently San Francisco Gold is red. I could not get the MFD Advance flight progress display stay in MEM 1 or 2. It's a good question. I'm not sure this is memorizable. I think only the synoptic pages here. I'm sorry, no. It's the lower and format and the upper selections here that you could like select on that are memorized, but maybe I'm wrong. Honestly, these are the sort of features that you don't even test if you're flying the thing, because you just use it and you don't bother with trying out everything. Okay, 200 is our clearance limit here, and yeah, we've got that information Victor so far. Victor at Monterey 2154, which is 2254. It's old, so I'm gonna go and grab new info.
Sky condition clear. Temperature 16. Dew point 3. Altimeter 3011. Arriving and departing runways 28 left, 28 right. Visual approaches in use. VFR departures, contact clearance delivery. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if flight following is requested. Read backhaul runway assignment and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Victor.
Okay, still Victor.
Monterey Peninsula Airport. ATIS information, Victor. 2154 Zulu. Wind 310.
Okay, still Victor, apparently. Okay, so with that, let's get the descent checklist down.
Descent checklist. Shoulder harness.
Shoulder harness is secure.
Passenger signs.
Or auto.
Pressurization.
Pressurization is 200 feet, and we can sort of adjust that a little bit up.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Fuel quantity is 3,000 pounds. We get enough at the field. Balance is good. We got 2,800 at the field.
FMS, landing data, charts.
Okay, FMS currently we're expecting visual approach, but we'll keep the RNAV in our back pockets. Landing data is set. Our V speeds are sent. And charts are currently for vision. We've currently got the RNAV here, and we've got the landing field or early airport part ready to go as well. That's all set.
Approach briefing.
Yes, that's that visual RNAV as a back pocket option. We're going to ask for it, so we'll get it.
VNAV transition flight level.
That's set already. It's going to be flight level 180. It's always the same here in the US.
Descent checklist complete. In range checklist next.
Is the plan page on the... Yes, it is. Of course, it's functional rich milk tea.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, contact NorCal approach 121.3.
21.3 is X50 Charlie Lima.
Number 0 Charlie Sierra, contact Monterey Tower 118.4. 0 Charlie Sierra.
NorCal approach, November 650 Charlie, my flight level 240, information Victor.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, NorCal approach, descend and maintain 11,000. Thanks for Victor. Do you have any requests?
Descend and maintain flight level 110, and we would like to request standby. Got the name of the procedure.
Alpha Yankee, disregard November 505 Tango Charlie, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Descend and maintain 110,000, and RNAV Zulu 28 left for 600 Charlie Lima. Hope I heard him right. He said 1,000, right? I didn't make that up.
Monterey Tower, Challenger 650 Charlie Sierra, RNAV Yankee 28 left, planning to miss. Number 650 Charlie Sierra, Monterey Tower, only 28 left.
Anyway, yeah, you can page through it, obviously. MFD advance.
3004. Low approach, 28 left, report the miss. Challenger 0 Charlie Sierra.
NorCal approach 650 Charlie Lima, request the RNAV Zulu 28 left.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, where would you like to begin?
At Salinas.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, roger, what else would you like to do?
Sweet, so we got that all set up.
Denver Center,
Which means I'm going to load it up here in the box.
On the ground at Holyoke.
Number 66 Papa Uniform, thank you, cancellation received.
We've transitioned over, so 3011 on the meter there. 3011 on the meter there. Gonna take it out of ENAV here. Manual speed control as well. And we're gonna load this in. We're gonna get a vertical discontinuity, so I'm just gonna take it out of ENAV for now.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, turn left, heading 100 vectors, Salinas at VOR, descend and maintain 900,000.
Left heading 100 down to 9,000, 650 Charlie Lima. Well, that's it for our descent plan. So, 9,000, heading 100, load in the box, RNAV Zulu 28 left from Salinas. Execute. Currently still got the hold in there, we'll probably sort that out soon. Don't need you anymore. Lovely stuff. Don't need you either. Cool. It's a bit weird if you're used to how Boeing steps through flight plan. Yeah, it's a little bit strange. I agree. Not too thrilled about it. I think the whole UI is quite clumsy at times, but it's the way they did it, so I don't really get a choice in that. Let's see. Follow up the descent here. We're dropping a little bit like a rock. And bring the speed back to 250.
Charlie Sierra on the miss. Number 650 Charlie Sierra. Execute the misapproach procedure as published. When you're able, contact NorCal on 121.3. It was published, missed, and back to NorCal, Challenger 0 Charlie Sierra.
Okay, let's go to 1,500 feet a minute, or 1,800 feet a minute. That's good. Get the seat belts on, so everybody's sitting down.
Monterey clearance, Cherokee 401 seems your information. Victor, we'd just like to do pattern work here.
Calling for pattern work, contact ground with your request.
We're approaching our destination and will be landing in a few minutes. Please place all storage compartments and tables in their fully stowed position. All portable electronic devices must be turned off.
It's got to be distracted for landing.
And all loose articles are stowed. And observe the seatbelt and no smoking.
401 Tango Sierra, Monterey ground. What was your aircraft type?
Alrighty. I'm back on the speed there. All good.
NorCal, Challenger 650 Charlie Sierra, 4,500 climbing 6,000. 650 Charlie Sierra, NorCal departure at our contact. Hold Salinas VOR as published. Accept, climb and maintain 7,000.
Let's go and shallow it out so we can bust the speed here.
55 Zulu time now 2227.
1,000 feet.
Hold is published. Accept, maintain 7,000.
In range checks. In range checks.
401 Tango Sierra,
APU.
Monterey ground, runway 28 right.
Started.
Taxi via
Altimeters.
Alpha.
3 set. Cross checked.
Bravo.
Avionics.
Kilo. And
are set.
Charlie.
External lights.
Right, right, Alpha Echo,
On.
Bravo.
N1 target.
Got stepped on. November 401 Tango Sierra. Runway
Set.
28 right. Taxi via.
Okay, he's gonna take care of the
Echo,
engines now.
Bravo. Kilo. Charlie.
Peter curtains, cabin lights. Bjorn, even I gotta implement the cabin attendants so that they take care of it.
828 right, Alpha Echo, Bravo.
But yeah,
Kilo, Charlie.
if you're alone, I mean,
Short
if
28
you're
left,
alone,
Alpha
it'd
Echo,
probably just be
40
done by the
left,
passenger in the back, if they're familiar, usually.
Salt Lake Center, Cirrus 22 Sierra Romeo on the ramp at Idaho Falls. Is Idaho Falls modeled as a controlled airport in this?
Not. If you have questions about controlled airspace, you can contact our operations department, ops@pilotedge.net.
Well, but do you operate a control tower here?
No, sir. Again, you can contact operations at ops@pilotedge.net for more information.
Okay, if that's the case, 22 Sierra Romeo's on the ramp at Idaho Falls, ready to copy IFR to Pullman with information, Romeo.
22 Sierra Romeo, it's going to be a couple minutes, stand by.
Standing by, 2 Sierra Romeo.
Heating up.
Rowan Tango Sierra, you missed Echo. The runway 28 right.
Got about 10 minutes to run here.
Bravo.
Good landing is what the FMS predicts here.
Alpha.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and create a.
On Kilo now, please.
Alright, sorry about that.
It's gonna go create a direct here momentarily so that we get a more accurate time estimation here. 9 minutes to landing. Yeah, we're probably not gonna do the hold here. Probably gonna expect us to like go direct in.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, descend and maintain 6,000.
6,000, 0 Charlie Lima. Okay, 6,000 vertical speed. 1,500. Round it out to 6K. 1,500 feet per minute.
APU PAX transition.
You can see how the autopilot is super gentle about its descents. It's very gingerly approaching that 1,500
Veil
feet.
completed. APU generator. On. CAS.
It's checked.
In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Usually after flying Airbus and Boeing for so long on my sim. Maybe. Yeah. More straightforward. I get a lot of player flying aircraft like the CL650. Rich Milk Tea, this is a lot more featureful than what a Boeing can do in terms of the avionics. On a Boeing, it's all very, very rigid. Well, first of all, it doesn't even have synthetic vision, but this is a lot more flexible. On Boeing, you basically like get told to do everything one way or the highway, and that's it. You can't even change the style of flight director. So over here, the pilots actually have the option to choose right there. So it's a learning curve, but hopefully it's not too bad.
1 Tango Sierra, cross runway 28 left on Kilo. Hold short of runway 28 right at Kilo.
Right, cross
5 feet to
28
go.
Kilo, hold short 28 right at Kilo, 401 Tango Sierra.
I'm going to take the speed back to 230 for easier maneuvering. This one again with the controls make a lot of sense in a real plane, but a nightmare, yeah, that's unfortunately true. Up panels, yes, I knew that there was going to be that was going to be necessary, and also for panning the charts around here. I knew I wanted to do that. I was considering like making it literally you could just drag the chart on here, but then that kind of starts getting a little bit messy with other add-ons and that kind of stuff. It's possible, but yeah, you can get into like corner cases there.
Salt Lake Center, Cirrus 2 Sierra Romeo, any update on that IFR clearance?
I will get to you as soon as I can, and I assure you, just got to be patient with me, okay?
All right.
Got 1,000 feet traffic above us. Position is about 1 o'clock. Still far out, so not too bad.
650 Charlie Romeo is cleared direct to Salinas, VOR, cross Salinas at 6,000, then cleared RNAV Zulu runway 28 left approach.
Go altitude select.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, clear direct Salinas VOR, cross Salinas at 6,000, cleared straight in, RNAV Zulu, runway 28 left approach.
Direct Salinas at 6,000, cleared RNAV Zulu 28 left approach, 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, so, direct Salinas, direct, enter, execute, nav, rearm VNav to
Number 0
get
Charlie
vertical.
Lima, cross the Salinas VOR at or above 5,000, cleared straight in, RNAV Zulu, runway 28 left approach.
Salinas at or above 5,000, 650 Charlie Lima.
Number 4 Bravo Romeo, Spokane approach,
Okay.
123.75.
Okay, yeah, because the FM has actually predicted a descent earlier than that, so that's all good. We're going to clear at that hold. That did not work for us.
Number 485 Lima, Monterey ground, runway 28 left.
Speed 210.
28 left, yeah, also 485 Lima.
Number 401 Tango Sierra, cross runway 28 right on
Welcome,
Kilo.
welcome.
Contact tower when you're short, full length and ready.
Hey, crossing 28 right at Kilo, and we'll contact tower when holding short.
We're going to take it very slow here.
We're running off Yankee to set a maintain.
Controller is fairly busy. I don't want to overload him for me, like blast in like a madman. So Salinas at or above 5,000. Means I can set this down at 5.
We're running off Yankee 128.7.
That is going to arm our descent here.
Spokane approach, November 7 for
Got some traffic here within 7 miles.
Number 744 Bravo Romeo, Spokane approach, Spokane altimeter 3019, advised with the ATIS.
We have Juliet, November 7 for Bravo Romeo.
Roger.
There we go, 1,000 feet to go to top of drop, or 1 minute actually, not 1,000 feet.
One through runner Alpha Yankee, Oakland surrender.
We might actually be at 1,200 feet, but that's 1 minute to top of descent. And it's going to beep at us
Charlie, Roger.
when we get to within. When we get to within 5 seconds. So tower's 18.4. I'm going to pre-tune that in COM 1. 18.4 is preset. And ground over at Monterey is 120.875. That correct? I'm gonna back that up with the chart. So 18.4 for my tower. 18.4, 28.75. Okay, that checks. 5 seconds, and here we go. Path. 300 knots here on speed.
Charlie Sierra, traffic now at 10 o'clock, 2.5 miles southeast, southeastbound Challenger, level 6,000, my control.
Traffic at site, no factor, 0 Charlie Sierra.
Roger.
Yeah, I see him too. There he is. Chris. Yeah, traffic, no factor. Okay, actually, we don't even have to stop here, so let's go on down. So our next constraint is 4,000 or above. It will comply with the constraints, so I could set it up higher. Okay, gonna take me some flaps. So flaps 20. 200 knots, flaps 20 is good.
November 0 Charlie Sierra, advise when you have an approach request from Monterey.
0 Charlie Sierra, Roger. Yeah, we'll hang it in the hold for 2 or 3 more minutes here.
Certainly, take all the time you like.
Okay, 4,000 feet. I'm pretty sure we're going to comply with. I'm going to set the altitude preselector lower. So we avoid a level off there. And actually, we're going to go approach arm, light path. Wonderful. And I didn't set up my minimums and missed approach. So 5.5 there. Speed 180.
Correction information vector, my apologies.
There we go. And our minimums are
Alpha Yankee NorCal approach. Roger.
RMP 0.2, 1236. Means 1240. Go. Mins are set.
The 401 Tango Sierra, Monterey
Speed
Tower.
160.
Make right close traffic, report midfield downwind each time, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
And flaps 30, please. Rotary encoders will be tricky. Yeah.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, contact Monterey Tower 118.4.
1840 Charlie Lima. Hey, Monterey Tower 18-4. Monterey Tower, November 650 Charlie Lima on the RNAV Zulu 28 left.
2500.
650 Charlie Lima, Monterey Tower, runway 28 left, clear land.
Good, left clear land, November 650 Charlie Lima. Now let's look at the quality of this turn here. I'm going to actually slow down to final approach speed here. So gear, flaps 45. Just to give it every chance of making this turn. We don't want to run into that terrain there. Okay, LNAV, VGP, all good. Got some traffic on final there. Disappeared. Starting to turn. See how the little course needle here is following us along the airplane. It's basically trying to keep roughly in line with this. That's sort of the optimal path. 0.2 RMP. A little bit under clearance limit. The certification limit. That's the certification limit on it.
0 Charlie Sierra descended, maintain 6,000.
So we've been given clearance. Okay.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicator. No steer. Arm centered clear. Anti-skid.
Monterey Tower, runway 28 left, clear for takeoff without delay.
Armed tested.
Final challenger.
Passenger signs.
That's my traffic.
Wing, cal, anti-ice.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, 1 traffic, 1 departure prior to arrival, Skyhawk.
A firm, 0 Charlie Lima. Actually, just did. Okay, 1 cal, anti-ice, I'm happy.
Continuous ignition.
Approaching minimums.
On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers.
Minimum.
Stowed auto.
Continue.
Flaps. Set. CAS.
Checked.
Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
Monterey Tower, Cherokee 1, Tango Sierra, midfield. Cherokee 1, Tango Sierra, traffic with parallels, a Challenger on 2 mile final, runway 28 right, clear for the option. Traffic inside 28 right.
Okay, he's rolling. That's all good.
Next, Challenger 0 Charlie Lima, additional traffic just to beam the numbers for the parallel, a Piper remaining in the pattern.
I'm looking for him. 0 Charlie Lima. We see the Cessna on 28 left departed just.
500.
Okay, take the autopilot out.
Number 319 Alpha Yankee, descend and
Gonna pull it up a little bit here. The runway end there is a little bit borked. I'm gonna fly into that. Finger on the spoilers here.
Piper 1 Tango Sierra, just, sorry, did you say you had the Challenger in sight for the parallel?
Affirmative, in sight, 1 Tango Sierra.
Thank you.
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
There we go. Spoilers. Reverse.
735 and squawk altitude.
Alrighty. Go. All downwind reverse. This is the exit we're gonna take here. Squeeze the brakes here. There we go. Where is here? Juliet. And Challenger 650 Charlie Lima, clear of 28 left on Juliet.
Challenger 0 Charlie Lima, say parking.
Parking.
Oh, come on now.
By the base of the tower for Challenger 650 Charlie Lima.
Do not need the flashbacks. Taxi to the base of the tower via Alpha, remain this frequency.
The tower via Alpha remain on this frequency. Challenger 650 Charlie Lima.
Number 4851.
Okay, after landings.
After landing checklist. Landing, pulse, recognize.
That's my item.
Off. Anti-collision lights. Off. Continuous ignition. Off. Windshield heat. Off. Probes. Off. Wing anti-ice. Off. Cowl anti-ice.
Not required.
Spoilers. Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC TCAS. Alt on. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
Yeah, that's really messed up on the terrain there. Oof. We're gonna just hang it over here. This ramp here.
Cross Salinas at or above 4,900. Cleared RNAV Zulu. Runway 28 left approach.
Okay, I'm gonna park it over here. Looks good to me. Well, kind of broken up, and we've got a hovering building right there. I should probably get better scenery for this place, but yeah, whatever, close enough.
Monterey Cherokee 160 midfield.
Now I'm gonna call this close enough for parking.
Good for the option 28 right 40160.
It all kind of were in pair shape here.
Yankee,
And we were doing so well.
Left heading 100 vectors visual approach.
And Ivan,
Alpha Yankee affirmative.
Thanks for following. Welcome aboard. Okay, freezer brakes, parking brake is set.
Engine shutdown checks. Taxi lights. Off. Parking brake. Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2. Off. Engine 2 shut down. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Fuel system.
Looking for a message here. And one more. Good stuff.
Engine 1 shut down. Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
So what this checks is basically just making sure that the engine really is shutting down. You didn't like get a partial cut of power, so that's all good.
Anti-ice. Off. 14th stage. Off. Beacon. Off. No steer. Off. ATC TCAS.
Okay, first set standby, then set 0.
Standby 0. Parking brake if chalked.
And we're gonna call for chocks, yeah. We're actually gonna go flying right away, so I wouldn't even need chocks here. You know what? We're just gonna tell them to take the chocks away.
Passenger signs. Off. Cabin differential. 0 PSI. Engine shutdown checklist complete. Securing checklist next.
Good. We're not going to do the securing checklist because we're going to do a quick turn, but for the time being, I'm just going to let the passengers out, let them enjoy the sun, take their little ride to the terminal. And yeah, we're going to do a quick turn.
The airport taxi's here.
Yep.
Thank you, Captain. Great flight as always.
You know it.
Well, I'll see you next time.
Enjoy yourselves. Alrighty. And with that, I'm going to hop out of the airplane, hop over to the FBO, and do a brief refueling, defueling stop on the old Toto, and we'll continue the fun session in just about 5 minutes or so. Cool. Let's hop over to the FBO and let's raid the cookie jar. And if you folks will excuse me, I'll be just a minute. Alrighty, I'm back here. And let's hop back over into the planning office here and we'll plan our next step. SASQ13, your question. Yes, it will be on YouTube. So I'm going to bring up my sim brief. So let's go to dispatch system, make a new one. Hey, real sim pilot, welcome, welcome. So Monterey, and where do we want to go from here? Do we want to go back, or do we want to carry on somewhere else? I don't have much ortho below Monterey further south. Catalina, AVX, and it's going to be fairly short jaunt. 150 miles only. AVX, I'm not entirely sure you can actually fit a Challenger in there. Not 100% convinced that it is legal. San Diego. Ah, that's a destination I haven't been to in a while. Yeah, yeah. 3,000 feet, so it should be fine at light weights. Yeah, perhaps, but probably not entirely realistic. And Pendleton, Carlsbad, those are Captain Crash's stomping grounds. Santa Barbara. I was thinking more AXT. Isn't that a military field or something? Yeah, I never heard of that. A relaxing stream. EFFJ. San Diego I do like. That was a good suggestion, John Fly. I do enjoy that idea, so let's go and plan one to San Diego. So we're gonna fly to Challenger. Area 51, isn't it? Yeah, that one doesn't really exist in the sim. Sorry to bother you again with just understanding. The way to Challenger is only defined by the number of crew and passengers at the FBO. Yes, Nevada rocks. Because it is a business jet. It's not a cargo hauler. It's not, it's not a cargo plane. You're not hauling around bags of cement in this thing. Crafty Aviation, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Hope you can enjoy the stay. Sorry for the follows I didn't get there on final. It was a little bit of a handful. And I had to make sure I stayed ahead of the airplane. So for the next trip, we're going to have 4 people. Big Sur, Victor 27, Morro Bay. Is this a sensible route? Let's have a think about it. Copy it over into SkyVector and see what it looks like over on charts. Comics 2 is a sensible arrival. That's what they would fly into San Diego, so that's good. The owner wants to transport cement. Guess we transport cement. I guess, but no, I'm gonna pretend I'm a charter. So this is all low en route airways that wants me to fly. That's kind of dumb. Is there anything real world flown? Probably not from Monterey to San Diego. But let's see if there's any existing route to San Diego. Oh, there is. There indeed is. So, ExecJet, NetJets. So what did you guys fly? There we go. That looks a lot more reasonable. And they flew it. They flew it just a little while ago. It's Monday, so today is Monday. Yes, it is. So that would mean, yeah, that was just flown in. So that actually sounds reasonable. Monterey 5 to Monterey. What do you mean you don't reckon? Probably see what SkyWest is gonna be doing. What have they done? They file the exact same thing. Route has not been analyzed. Monterey not found. So, what is your major malfunction? Get a visual 27 at San Diego, putting the FMS captain crash style with an interesting challenge. Yeah, sure, you can try that. Do you prefer instrument approaches? But yeah, sure. Let's see. SIDS, Monterey 5. And the coding name is Monterey 5.Monterey. Yeah, so what's wrong with you? Why isn't SimBrief recognizing that? Monterey 5, Surfer, Callis, Hubbard. MRY. Is it like a dumb space or something that it doesn't recognize? Huh. Weird. I don't know why it doesn't understand that, but just have to probably punch that in by hand into the box. Monterey 5, so they flew Monterey, Surfer, Callis, Los Angeles, VOR, Hubbard 1, Monterey 5. Okay, close enough. We can actually swing that. If I go delete you, will you understand that? You will not. I'm on the current air rack. And that is for sure a Monterey 5. Just tried and didn't work. It says SID or fix MRY not recognized, but it for sure there should be. It's possible that they don't. Okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. This is the trick. It's coded back to the airport, which in FAA world can be abbreviated to just a 3-letter identifier, but SimBrief doesn't understand that. So with just Monterey 5 in there, it's good. Yeah, there's not a Monterey VOR. Yeah. This is just filed in a bit of a weird way. Monterey 5, Surfer, Callis, LAX. And I could literally just copy this in to PilotEdge. If they don't parse it, that's their own damn fault. Whatever. Okie doke. So let's go. Generate the flight plan. Yes, please. Now I do know that we're going to need fuel. While the computer is going to print that out, I'm going to go talk to Jenny. And thanks for the follow, parking brake. Welcome aboard.
To Hot Start Flight Support. How can we help you
I'm going
today?
to file a new ground handling request. We're going to depart in about 20 minutes. We're going to have 3 crew, 4 passengers. I will order fuel. We do need that. And actually, you know what? We'll depart about there. Don't need anything else. Yeah, we'll make it a...
Of course. Welcome to Hot Start Flight Support.
Yeah.
How can we help you today?
Okay, well, that's already filed in. Okay, so they're going to come. All good. Alrighty. You can sit down and fill out a flight log or anything like that. And actually, what I wanted to do, I forgot to do this. I have to hop back over to the FBO. Quickly jump in here. And something I forgot to do is we need to file up on PilotEdge. Refile. It is very not a SimBrief route. Monterey 5. Where did that waypoint come from? Monterey 5, definitely not a Shoei in there. So let's have a look at the narrative here. Takeoff obstacle nodes. Climb a ref turn. Yeah, whatever. It can stay there. Doesn't really make a difference to us. Yeah, it can stay there. Okie doke. PilotEdge. Monterey 5, Shoei, Surfer, Callis, LX, Hubbard 1. 465. We're not gonna go flight level 390. We're gonna stay at 370. Only a 300-mile trip. Actually, 350 would be better. Good stuff. And we don't need CBDLC here. File a flight plan. Lovely stuff. Okay, so while PilotEdge gets all of that organized for us, let's hop out to the airplane. Okay, so yeah, it's clean, more or less, ready for the next passenger to load. Thanks for follow, Tammy B2. Still showing our old route there. So let's go ahead and jump into the cockpit, and we'll accomplish manually. This isn't currently integrated in the automatic first officer. You have to manually accomplish the let's see, checklist. Yes, so we gotta go escape. Come back in here. Quick turn checklist. Okay. So pressurization panel, I'm just gonna keep it up. Pressurization panel is set. We're landing pretty much sea level, so that's about there. Ice panel, check and test.
Wing overheat.
Good stuff. Fuel panel. We were still waiting for fuel, so skip you. Block and FMS fuel use. That's actually going to reset automatically, and that's also going to reset automatically, but we can go flight reset. So that's flight reset already. FMS fuel use is going to get reset automatically as soon as we turn over the engine here. So I don't think you can clear that out. No, there isn't even a button for it. Trims and mock trim. The trims are on, and they about 5.6 is good. 00 mock trim is on. As I said, ATIS and clearance. We're gonna call up ATC here. So when I jumped on to ask for call help from controller, I honestly didn't know it was for you guys arriving at Monterey. Really? What? Did I accidentally? I swear this was actually not planned. But thanks for helping us out, Keith. Call for help. Yeah, perfect. Fueler is here, so let's go ahead and have a chat with him or her.
135.65.
Did I disable avionics syncing? Yeah. User settings. User interface. No, it's miscellaneous. No, it's FO assists. Yeah, there we go. Audio control panel sync. Okay, so now if I wiggle the audio panel over here, they both move. Good stuff. So how much fuel we got on board? We got 2390, and according to our sim brief plan, we are gonna need 4,600. So I'm going to round it up to 5,000. Means we need to tank 3,600. I mean, are we not able to store Tylenol with wings? Come on. Get over here. Already got the hose in. Let's see where he is. Is he still walking up there? I think I'm gonna be here before I can close the door.
All right, Captain. Fuel truck is hooked up. Just let me know how much fuel you need.
Yep.
To go tanks full today?
So we need 3,600. So just quick math here. 3,600 divided by 6.7. We need about 540. So, call it 550.
All right, I'm gonna go start up the pump.
So, Go up here. Fuel panel on. And as soon as he starts pumping, these lamps are going to go to open. It'll take him a while today, isn't it? There we go. Do a quick high-level test. Shut-offs close. Shut-offs open. We're taking fuel. Good stuff. So ATIS and clearance I can now coordinate with ATC just quickly there. So clearance at Monterey. Frequency. Clearance 135.45. Gonna punch that over on COM 2.
00 and stand by for intention.
Ooh, somebody's doing an emergency. Oof. We definitely got to jump in there just for funsies, just to mess everybody's life up. And what's the ATIS here? ATIS is 1925. Let's go like this.
Monterey Peninsula Airport, ATIS information whiskey, 2254 Zulu, wind 290 at 6, visibility 9er, sky condition, clear, temperature 14, dew point 8, altimeter 3011, arriving and departing runways 28 left, 28 right, visual approaches in use, VFR departures contact clearance delivery, advise on course heading, altitude, and if flight following is requested. Read back all runway assignments and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information whiskey.
Okay, that's all good.
Yeah, that should work. Marking a signature situated right would be fine.
You said the RNAV, which...
So Keith, you wanna hear something fun? If you're still here. Let's imagine I just don't want to pay for fuel today.
Broken approach, November 7 for Bravo Romeo. We have fixed the problem and would like to try another approach.
And I don't want to talk to the fueler, pay the bill or anything.
Number 744 Bravo Romeo, turn left heading at 070.
Well, he's still pumping, so he doesn't know what I've done, but...
Maintain 6,000 and
it's gonna be
turn
fun.
left 017 for Bravo Romeo.
4 Bravo Romeo, turn left heading 070.
Gotta get that clearance.
0704 Bravo Romeo.
Approach 485 on Lima. Yeah, the RNAV 28 right, RNAV Yankee, if possible.
You done?
November 5 Lima, I think that one's reserved. It is reserved for turbojet aircraft. You want the RNAV X-ray?
Yeah, RNAV X-ray will work. Thank you.
I'm just waiting.
November 5 Lima, roger. Expect vectors to HEGOT on the RNAV X-ray, runway 28 right approach.
Expect vectors to HEGOT for the RNAV 21 right approach. 485 on Lima.
Monterey clearance, November 650 Charlie Lima, IFR to San Diego, please.
Number 751 Lima Uniform, Albuquerque Center. Set a pilot's discretion, maintain 15,000. Phoenix altimeter 29903. Got 650 Charlie Lima with an IFR departure request.
Affirm for 650 Charlie Lima.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Monterey clearance on request, standby.
Well, there we go, folks. On request. And he's done pumping.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, it's going to be full route. Cleared to San Diego Lindbergh Airport, Monterey 5 departure. Shui. Direct eBay, that's Echo Bravo, Alpha Yankee Echo. Avenal VOR, Alpha, Victor, Echo. Foxtrot, India, Mike, VOR. Direct the Lima, Alpha, X-ray, VOR. Comics, 2 arrival. Maintain 6,000. Expect flight level 350 within 10 minutes. NorCal departure 121.3. squawk 4277.
FBI, open up.
Clear San Diego, Monterey 5 departure, Shui, eBay, Avenal, Fillmore, Los Angeles VOR, Comics 2, maintain 6000, flight level 350 within 10 minutes, 121.3 for departure, and 4277 for squawk, 650 Charlie Lima.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, read back, is correct.
Okay, I'm coming, okay, sure, yeah, give me the bill,
left heading 030.
piss off for my airplane.
030 left, 4 Bravo Romeo.
Probably gonna come in with a ratchet or something, smash me upside the head.
Refueling is complete, Captain. Do you need anything else?
And we got everything.
Okay, just one quick signature on here, and I'll be on my way.
There we go.
Here's a copy for your records.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Piss off. Scratched up my paint. Okay, so we got the full route clearance. Cool, let's get auto, so field panel is checked. ATIS clearance, so we got CPDLC not required, FMS and performance. Performance. Right, we gotta load in a route here.
51 Lima, turn right heading at 020.
Don't talk in my ear while I'm coding a route. So it's gonna be Monterey to San Diego, departing 28 left, Monterey 5. What now?
Hello, Captain. It's Jenny from Hot Start Flight Support. Your passengers have arrived. Shall I have them brought to the plane?
Not quite.
Understood. Just call me when you're ready to receive them. Anything else?
That'll be all.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
If a feeler gets spoken by castrator, he's so much fun and better push back. Yeah, there's some possibility. They had a guy with a license plate FU2. Yeah. You need to give him an angry voice if you don't open him. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to get that into like. Let's go FMS and preference or route. Flight plan, Monterey to Shui. That's all good. Bye-bye. He's gone. So direct eBay. Direct Avenal. Direct Fillmore. Direct Los Angeles. And Comics to arrival. Arrive. Comics to Los Angeles transition. Go check the route. Shui eBay. So just for quicksies, we're gonna check the route on here. Upper menu. That's the airport. That's our departure. So it's gonna be heading 278 initially. Checks 7,000 for an initial climb. There's no speed restriction on there. Nope. You can go all the way up to 200 knots initially. Sweet. And the best place to learn about this going on here with programming the flight computer. Where's the best place to learn about what is going on here with loading on the flight computer? I mean, manuals are out there. You can just watch what I'm doing. It's not that hard, honestly. It looks a little bit disorientating. I understand that. Actually, can be a little bit daunting, but it's really not that hard. So temperature is 14. 14 perfinite, flight level 350. We've got. I'm just gonna pick up tanker fuel. That's in the tanks. We're gonna have 4 people on board, probably 150 pounds of crap. Good stuff. One time the fueler let me get away without paying for fuel. Oh, don't worry, the bill went to your company. With an extra surcharge for you making them, you standing them up. I think the best way is YouTube, depending on where you can find a good video. Yeah, that's a good way. And Bruno, thanks for follow. Welcome aboard. Let's see. I want to bring up the airport chart here. There we Good stuff. Flight level 350, takeoff. 14:30:11 on the meter is good. We got 7,200 feet of runway. Don't need anywhere near as much. We got engine bleeds, dual thrust reversers, all good. So I'm going to leave that there. And let's continue on with the checklist here. So FMS and performance is programmed and set. Takeoff data is set. Avionics and charts are set. Flight instruments. We've got FMS navigation, heading 278 initially, 200 knots, 7,3011 on the meter there. And FMS2 navigation, 278, 200 knots, 7,3011 on the right. So that's all set. Anti-skid. Armed, and we'd have to do a check. So to do a check on the anti-skid, you have to release the parking brake. I don't have chocks on right now, so I'm going to squeeze the brakes. We don't roll away. Take the parking brake off. Do an anti-skid test. Anti-skid and test. So that's all good. And parking brake back on. We're not going to roll anywhere. Lightyear, maybe you already said it. Where can I find a changelog for new version 1.23? There isn't a published changelog for 1.20. Changelog for 1.23 is because it's basically a point release. Like it was literally just a bug fix for a single item, which is I mislabeled the Mac build, so it was just a hot fix. We didn't like publish an extra changelog for that. Parking brake is set. Passenger signs are on. Departure briefing, as we said. Let's see. It's trying to do an intercept. Ooh, that's creative. Is that the correct coding for the departure? Yes, it is, in fact. So yeah, 278 right turn heading 329. Matches right turn 329, and then intercept to Shui. 1100 or above for the right turn, or as directed by Monterey Tower. And yeah, then from Shui on, and that actually matches what we've got displayed on the avionics here. Shui, then we'll turn back and all will be well. I can delete that fix actually in there. Oh god, doesn't draw like an extra set of lines there just to confuse me. Good stuff. And yeah, get rid of that. Departure briefing is completed. Emergency procedures. Yell, flail your arms above your heads, and try and deboard the airplane out of the windows. That'll be perfectly fun. Pins and chocks. Well, chocks are in and removed. Pins we never put in because we're just doing a quick turn. And checklist is complete. Cool. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go and reset the auto guy here. Restart all checklist.
Flight compartment checklist.
And
AC and DC electrics.
Instead of this, we're just going to skip right to the before start check. I'm going to show you how to do that. Cool. Let's call Jenny. Tell her to get the passengers over.
Hot start flight support. Jenny speaking. How can we help?
You can go ahead and bring the packs through the airplane.
They'll be there in a couple of minutes. Anything else?
That'll be all.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
And so the IRSs actually don't have to be aligned before yacht anchor. It's not a thing on a Challenger. It doesn't really matter. No, they don't. Not on a Challenger anyway. Doesn't make a difference. All the IRS is looking for is rate of change of the yaw axis of the aircraft, nothing more. Which the IRS can provide it essentially within a few seconds of boot. Okie doke, so we're gonna call tower, and since I'm a lazy bugger, I'm just gonna call ground. We've already got clearance, so 123.9. Actually, no, that's wrong here. There we go. There's ground. 28,875. Get ready to call ground for taxi and stuff. I'm going to take MFD data here. MFD display menu. Go to takeoff and approach reference. Yeah, that's what I want on there. Good stuff. Where are my passengers at? Come on. I don't think it would engage without it. It will. It's fine. As long as there is something there. The IRS just has to be online for the yaw damper to work. But other than that, it's fine. The IRS, I can tell you for sure. I'm sorry, the yaw damper on a Challenger. There we go. Passengers are there. Sit your asses down. Shut up. Eat your, biscuits and all the nasty food snacks that we got there. The yaw damper is looking for, let's see, body roll rate, BRR, this year, which the IRS can supply almost immediately on boot, as soon as boots up, within about 5 seconds. How do you find the CG for takeoff performance?
Hello, Captain. Hope
Hey,
you're
how are you
doing
doing?
well today.
Thanks, I'm doing well.
Great. There's nobody else coming along today.
So let's
as far
get going.
As we're concerned, we're all good to go.
Okay. Everybody, sit down, shut up, don't bother me, and if anything is wrong, talk to the cabin attendant. I'm not here. Is there a way to have the FO do his part without the pops or notifications? Well, you can have your FO assist, and you can just make them not show the, let's see, pop-up hints. There we go. If you don't want those, just uncheck this, and it's not going to show you the hints and what to do. The Tylenol is, I don't think you understand, BizJets are operated slightly differently than airliners. There is no difference between procedure and checklist. It doesn't work that way. I missed that. It's read and do checklists are the order of the day in BizJet world. Cool. Okay, let's get the before start going. Get the door closed and all that good stuff. Anybody all aboard? Final call. Door locked indicator is there. You should model the rotator locks on there as well for extra immersion. Doors got to stay open and curtain open for departure until we reach 10,000 feet. Good. Get my headset on. And let's get them spooling.
Engine start checklist. Doors. Closed. Parking brake and pressure. Checked and set. Fuel quantity and balance.
Is sufficient and good.
Beacon. On. Fuel boost pumps. On. Ignition.
And gonna be A this time.
Armed. Engine 2 start.
Okay, we got a motor up to 120 degrees Celsius, so let's go ahead and do that. Wait, you know what? This time I'm not gonna forget myself. So, are we clear to start number 2? Yes, we are. Good stuff. Full number 2. Let's listen. Why the hell not? We're waiting for 120. Starter limit is 90 seconds. We're going to be well within. There's 120, less than 120, and one turn in. You're not going to get that humming noise anymore. On a hot engine, that doesn't occur.
Fuel system.
Okay, that's the first flight of the day.
Engine
check only.
1 start.
Okay, spool number 1. Clear for that. Imagine there's a guy there. Okay, we're turn 1. Okay, 20%. Waiting for 120. There it is. Fuel's coming in. Just started my clock there. One indicating good.
Engine start checklist complete. After start checklist, next.
Okay, after start checklist, please.
After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2.
Okay, I'm gonna check the AC and DC stuff.
On, checked AC and DC. Ignition.
Stuff.
Disarmed. Packs. On. 14th stage. Open. Cowl anti-ice.
First flight of the day
Flight
not
controls.
required. Flight control check. Good. Rudder. Good motion.
Ground spoilers.
First flight of the day
spoiler.
stuff.
Cowl anti-ice.
This is all.
Fuel balance.
Fuel balance is good.
Trims.
Are set.
No steer. Armed. APR.
APR test. APR 1 test okay. APR 2 test okay.
ADG unit.
Yes. Light's gonna come out. There we go.
Wing ATS.
Skip that. Okay. Push N1.
N1 TO. ATC TCAS.
Okay, go to here. Tune.
TARA. After start checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
And that's it. That's it. What you got to do for a quick turn. It's not nowhere near as involved as a full one, as a full first flight of the day and everything. Okay, let's talk to ATC. I'm gonna actually take charts on my left side here so I can actually see where I'm going.
Number 4 Bravo Romeo, left turn Golf 3, Golf to the signature ramp, and remain on the frequency. Have a good day.
Left to Golf and then to the signature ramp. Remain this frequency 744 Bravo Romeo.
Monterey Graham, November 650 Charlie Lima at the base of the tower with information whiskey ready for taxi.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Monterey Ground, runway 28 left, taxi via Alpha.
28 left via Alpha, November 650 Charlie Lima. Okey-doke. Feet on brakes. Parking brake is out. Flash to the ground marshaller. Check in left and right. Stuff. Brakes are off. And we're moving. And right here. Steering is good. Brake check. Yep, brakes are good. Leaf squawk 000. Ah, I think I did, didn't I? Oh yeah. Good stuff. You're reminding me. They don't have ground radar here. But I didn't notice it. Good thing I need a flight. I need a first officer, an actual one, not a stupid one, the one I coded. I'm just gonna take us straight here, and needs a little bit of power up a hill. Okay, so what was our clearance? 4277. Good catch. My first failure, by the way. I need a little bit of power because it's up a hill here. Captain Tony Stark, welcome aboard. Doesn't need a lot of power though. It's getting a bit steeper here, so.
We're down Mike Sierra, where do you park?
Yeah, let's
the transit parking.
give these guys back here their safeties and stuff.
Down at the Legends ramp or off on the west side?
Please have your attention. Your flight crew would like to.
We can park at the west side.
Okay, taxi check.
At Legends?
Now what home thing
Yeah,
would do?
Take a moment to review.
Radar Mike Sierra, exit left.
There, enjoy.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Not required.
Brakes and steering.
Haven't checked.
Reverse thrust.
Not
If
required
taxiing
for
the
second.
flaps. 20.
Radar Mike Sierra, park,
Altimeters.
correction, taxi
Set
to
and cross
Legends
check.
via
Radar
Delta.
weather.
Cross runway 12 on Delta.
Takeoff briefing.
As we're reviewed.
Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
Well, the review would be, well, straight ahead, 1100 feet, right turn, 329er if memory serves right. Check that in the box here. 270, yeah, 329 right turn, intercept, 264 inbound.
Cleared visual into Mesa Gateway, 1 lane in front of copy set up for a 5 mile file.
No problem.
And this is steep here. Like if I stand up straight, yeah, there we go. That's about how crooked the thing is. I'm giving it like 35% N1, and we're barely moving at 12 knots. There's 13. We still got the whole safety announcements and stuff, so those can go for. Don't have to worry. We don't have to hurry that much. I'm just steering with my feet right now. I'm not even touching the tiller. Just using for fine steering. I do have separate tiller if I need it. We're just straight driving. Not really all that important. Not sure I'm gonna be able to go all the way to the end because X-Plane gives me like a drop there. I think this end of the runway is like literally off the end of the hill there. Yeah, we're going to take it off in November here. Monterey ground, November 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, if we depart here off of intersection November, we've got a steep drop off in the scenery beyond here.
We're 0 Charlie Lima, yeah, that's no problem. Runway 28 left at November, taxi via Alpha November.
Alpha November, hold short of 28 left on November. You sound like you've heard this problem before.
I'm not kidding, this is the first time.
Interesting.
I'm not sure what you did, but you did something.
Definitely my fault, yes. Yeah, I mean, if you're watching, yeah, I'm not going down there. It's an aircraft, not an off-road vehicle. Cool. Rock and roll. All set and ready to go, so hop over to tower, which is 18.4. Just wait for the cabin announcement to finish. And
contact San Francisco
departure frequency is 21.3, which is good already. Set in there.
Over to tower 120.5, 45 on the left.
I'm also going to pre-arm Avo. There we go. Cabin announcement complete.
San Francisco Tower, 45 on Lima, RDAF 28 right, and go back.
Number 45, Lima, San Francisco Tower, wind at 280 at 13, runway 28 right, clear to land.
28 right, clear to land, 45 on Lima.
Monterey Tower, November 650 Charlie Lima, short of 28 left at November, ready for departure.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Monterey Tower, runway 28 left in November, cleared for takeoff, wind at 280 at 6.
Clear for takeoff, 28 left at November 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, went straight down a runway, all good. Runways identified, November 28 left, full, we're not full length actually, we're almost full length, but runway's clear and final does look. Before takeoff checklist, passenger signs, advised on, anti-collision light,
Roger, 1 Lima uniform, cancel AFR, request change of
windshield heat.
1 Lima uniform, received.
Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Exchange approved.
Welcome, maintain VFR, exchange approved, 1 Lima uniform, check.
Not required.
Continuous ignition. On. ATC TCAS.
Fuel and balance.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel. Checked. CAS. Takeoff config OK.
What has gone into your mind here, Mr. Field Computer? Fuel takeoff configuration is observed.
Landing pulse recog lights on before takeoff checklist complete.
Wow, Field
After
Computer's
takeoff
gotten
checklist next.
a little bit wonkadoodle. There, now we stand still. We must have like submerged a bunch of probes and the thing just got completely crazied. Yeah, now it's happy again. Fuel balance is back in check. We're all good. I'm gonna stand here for 30 more seconds. There's nobody on final, so okay to stand. Okay, we're back in business. Prices averted, folks. Rock and roll. Let's go. Heat off the brakes. ATS. We're looking for 90.1. Take my butt today. A little more brightness there. Okay. 89.9, close enough. V1, rotate. Yes, positive rate is observed. LNAV and pitch. Okay.
0 Charlie Lima, contact NorCal departure.
NorCal departure, 0 Charlie Lima. There's my right turn. Okay, autopilot on. NorCal departure is 1.3. NorCal departure, November 650 Charlie Lima, 2.3, climbing 7,000.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, NorCal departure, radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 190.
Climb and maintain flight level 190, 650 Charlie Lima. And we can go 250 knots. Flight level 190 is our clearance limit here. 250 on speed. Now, rock and roll. There are dual FDs in this plane, or this mode only. Dual as in you could select different flight directors on the left and right? No, the flight directors, the flight control computer synchronized the setting.
Number 0 Charlie Lima, continue right turn heading, or turn right heading 100 vectors eBay.
Turn right 100 vectors eBay, 650 Charlie Lima. Okey-doke. 100 vectors eBay. So let's go flight level change. After takeoff checks.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. 0. Thrust reversers.
Okay, he's gonna take care of that.
Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. Checked. PAX transition.
Not here at me. Need to look there.
Completed. N1. Climb set. APU generator. Off. APU. Shut down. Passenger signs.
Really warm. Passenger signs. Is it fairly? Yeah, it's ISO plus 10. Yeah, it's pretty marginal. Passenger signs. We'll leave them for the time being. Yes,
Delta 0 Charlie Lima is clear direct eBay. Resume all navigation. Contact Oakland Center on 127.45.
2745, direct eBay on nav. Challenger 650 Charlie Lima. So 2745. Direct eBay. Execute. Nav. Oakland Center 650 Charlie Lima, flight correction, 13,500, climbing flight level 190, direct eBay.
Number 650 Charlie Lima, Oakland Center, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Climb and maintain flight level 350, 650 Charlie Lima. Okay. 350 is coming in. We're gonna go ahead and
Number 51 Lima, keep your roll
270.
going all the way to either Echo or Delta.
Okay. So unsuitable AK. A little bit of clarification on what you mean dual FDs. There are 4 flight control computers in the airplane, fully simulated. Normally they are in dual mode, so they're either AFCS 1 pair or AFCS 2 pair. There's 2 pairs of flight control computers. You can switch between them if you want. And let's see, actually, we can release the cabin here. CAS is checked.
After takeoff, checklist complete.
And in terms of flight director modes, yes, you can deselect the flight director on the non-active side. So right now, you can see over here on the right side, does autopilot left is in control, FD1 is displayed. So now AFCS, the right AFCS is slaved to the left, and if I want to, I can actually deselect the right flight director. What I can't do is I cannot deselect the flight director on the left as long as the autopilot's flying from the left. If I transfer that over, now it says FD2 on my side, autopilot to the right. Now, right-hand seat can't deselect their flight director, but I can. So that's what that is for. Standard pressure there and there. And at this point, sit back and enjoy. Dual mode. Twice the dual. Yes. They're dual because there's dual flight control computers at the same time, and they're duplicated once again. So there's 4 flight control computers, but they're in 2 pairs. They're a quicker way to remove checklist from MFD other than spin a little display wheel. Well, since they are pushback approved, welcome aboard. Thanks for following.
5 Lima, right turn Delta,
and white
then Charlie to the city transit frequency today.
Welcome aboard as well. Since the checklists are considered part of the upper window here, so, or the upper, portion of the display, so the only way is to like select something else on there. Like if you want full screen, you just gotta go in here, format, and change to full screen mode. If that is what you want, sure, go ahead. There you go. I didn't want to push charts. Like that, and we can go ahead and zoom out. Right seater can go lower menu and select like map symbols on there. Go to geopolitical map if they want. So California, all that good stuff. And we got 2 follow, or another follow, fast 348 Papa. There's a 348 progressive scan mode. It's probably 348 Papa. So, welcome. Enjoy your stay. I don't need maps. I don't need a geopolitical map on the right there. It's useless at this time. You just go like that. What yoke and throttle do you use? Chalice Alpha. I do have a lot of hardware, but none of it is connected most of the time. Well, almost ever. So, yoke and throttle. I don't use a throttle, even though I have an X55. I have like 3 Cytec separate throttles. I think that's pretty much it for throttles. So I do have like a X55 HOTAS sitting off to the left here, just in a bin essentially. So I'm using good old F1 and F2 on a keyboard just to control the throttle, which I mostly don't, which is one of the reasons why people are asking, why are you using auto throttle all the way down to landing? Oh, I didn't want to break out the old X55 to control throttles manually, so I'm just doing that. In terms of stick, I'm using a Thrustmaster T14000M or a joystick, just because I'm lazy to take anything else, and it sits basically on the side of my desk here if I ever need to fly. But since I mostly develop frequently, most of the time these days I keep the stick connected just so I can like quickly grab hold of the airplane if I need to, but generally I don't even bother. And other than that, we're almost in cruise, so these guys can go ahead and... Ooh, it's bumpy. See how the view here is kind of shaking left and right? Yeah. But yeah, struggle to set up a honeycomb Alpha and Bravo. F1 and F2 leftover from early MSFS. It could be, I don't remember what those are from, but I had remapped to whatever. Removing, actually, WASD that I've put in the Challenger is what I actually had mapped by default and explained anyway. So you're actually getting my default view bindings, just if you wanted to know. And other than that, let me think here. I do have MFG crosswind pedals on the floor here. There was a period during the Challenger's developed for like 1.5 years where I even hadn't broken out I have the pedals. I've had the pedals for a lot longer than the Challenger's been in development. So, but for a lot of the Challenger's development, I hadn't been flying the airplane at all. So it didn't matter what rudders I had because literally all they do is just take up space on my floor here. So they were just, again, in a box somewhere. Yeah, I'm horrible on that in that respect. In that I frequently don't I don't keep a lot of big stash or very I don't care for my hardware all that well. We had a big discussion on Discord where people were now, espousing the virtues, so to speak. I'm just sort of making fun here, just sort of being jestful, but where they were proclaiming the virtues of water cooling their computer, and I'm like, to me, it's air or nothing, or bust, because I don't care to maintain my computer, ever. So I basically just use the thing as a set it and forget it, and that's it. Noctua fans. Well, not even that. I'm like whatever generic cheapo brand I can get my hands on. That's my jam. Noctuas would be. Well, I mean, Noctua do make good hardware. It's just a little bit expensive. Not the end of the world, of course. You can kind of swing it. Good stuff. We're about to do Mach transition. There we go. Mach 0.77. 336, just about there. Perfect. 350 coming up, and we'll accelerate to 82. 34. I purposely didn't try and climb super high because we don't really have that much time to cruise. Maybe 150 miles, give or take, in all honesty. Here we go, Mach coming up on flight level 350. Walmart fan. Well, not quite that crap, but not very on brand on my computer. Yeah, little fans. How do you get the charts to display on the avionics? So that draft kit, it is a feature that's built into the airplane. And Boyshot 101, thanks for following. It's a feature that's built into the airplane where you can integrate, you can bind up your Navigraph chart. And then it'll understand how to get charts. Just like the real thing. And the real thing, obviously, the charts do come with a subscription that is a lot more money than Navigraph, but yeah, it essentially functions the same as the real deal. Press chart, yes. I mean, that's sort of the hang of it, right? Press chart. But the idea is that you can integrate, you can basically link up Navigraph charts to this. And we also support FAA charts and autorouter chart. There's a bunch of options. The idea being is that Navigraph is the highest quality, but costs money. And FAA and autorouter are both free. But may not be, you know, the best quality of or the best coverage or that kind of stuff. The FAA charts obviously only FAA regions, and Autorouter covers most of Europe, a little bit of a little bit of stuff around the perimeter of Europe, but it's not worldwide. Navigraph is worldwide and consistent, and actually the real thing that is in the actual airplane. In the airplane, you've got JEP charts, so these are JEP charts. That is why this works. You've got a bunch of options there. That's basically the idea there. Bakersfield, Los Angeles City. Sweet. So yeah, that's the situation there. We're doing pretty good on speed. Got a 40 knot tailwind. Yeah, we're pushing 500 knots. Not a big deal, eh? Here's why the thrust limit doesn't actually matter all that much. See, I've got thrust limit right now in climb, or set to climb. The engines are continuously rated for climb power, so you can fly them perfectly safely on climb power. That's all. So setting the thrust limit lower, there's some value in that. Let's link this up. You see that there was a disco there. LAX Marvel. Yeah, okay. Delete that. Boom. And there we go. I'm going to recompute a TOD right after LAX anyway. But yeah, that's how that works. Mach 0.82. Doing pretty well for ourselves. Got about a 200-pound imbalance on the fuel there. We're allowed up to an 800-pound imbalance. I'm not really fussed about it. 800 pounds in flight or 400 pounds with flaps out, and we're still well within limits for 400 pounds. Generally, you don't want to chase this. If there's not too bad an imbalance, just leave it. Don't lose sleep over it. So N1 is 87.2 for any reason you want to push it to 97.4. How do you do this? Well, the N1 currently is 87.2 because that's all we need to maintain this speed. So we've got the auto throttle engaged in speed hold mode.
Charlie Lima, contact Los Angeles Center 133.2. We'll see ya.
332 650 Charlie Lima. Take it easy. 133.2, not 2. There we go. LA Center, November 650 Charlie Lima, flight level 350.
650 Charlie Lima, LA Center, good afternoon. 80913 from Linden, maintain 3000 till established and localizer, clear ILS from 18.
Anyway, so it's 87.2 because that's all we need. This is just thrust limiter, so this is the maximum we are letting the engines pull. You disconnect ATIS. Yes, of course. Well, in manual thrust, you can actually even go higher than the thrust limit here. You shouldn't. These engines are not FADEC controlled, so it's not like anything's stopping you from doing that. It's more like you shouldn't. But you can. Not every jet is FADEC controlled. Yes, they do exist. And are perfectly fine and stable and safe. What is my little ISI here, standby instrument, doing? Yeah, he's kind of in off kilter here. In these very, very shallow turns, he thinks that we're not really all that turny. He's about 2 degrees off on the roll angle. As we roll level here, I'm gonna think that we are in a slight left roll. Why will the first waypoint of a star show twice in Airbus and Boeing? It's not like that. In Boboy, it depends on the sequencing. If you select a new procedure, it will try and put a disco on after you're en route to basically make sure that you got to link it up manually. Sometimes it will link up automatically, sometimes it won't. So all you got to do is just delete the disco and link it up. Not even sure if Airbus and Boeing do it automatically every time. Sometimes, I think Airbus kind of does. Boeing, I'm not convinced. Collins is fairly disco happy in that we'll put a disco almost everywhere, just in case it's not entirely sure. So yeah, it won't even... Airbus is fairly smart in that it will, for example, if you reselected an arrival, you're already flying it. It will what they call restring the arrival from the original point and just change whatever's down track of you. If you're still not, you know, within the common section of it. Yeah, the Collins is much dumber, and it will dump the entire procedure, duplicate whatever leg you were on, then insert a disco, and then restring the thing all the way from the start. And you have to then redirect everything. Honeywell has the same as Collins. Yeah, one thing that Collins has that I don't think Honeywell or anybody else really does is, see right now, you know, legs, direct to page, you know, all of this is pretty well understood. Like, it's not all that, you know, strange. But watch this. We're on page 1 of 3, active direct to, and if I go previous, what's this? Active direct to history. Avenal, eBay, Shui. And if I have more pages than 1, going previous would actually make this increase. So on a Collins, what you can do is you can go direct to your previous points. So in case you got a bad direct to, say for instance you forgot or something happened, you can restring your flight plan from the original point or wherever you were and fix it like that. Say for instance I got a, let's go, you know, go direct Marvel. Or better yet, go direct Spied, right? Direct Spied. And, oh crap, I messed up. I actually wanted to go direct Marvel. Okay, no problem. Go direct Marvel. Oh, actually, no, you know what? I messed up again. I just want to go direct Fillmore at my original point. Okay, reconstruct all the way from here, direct Fillmore. So it has a lot of features for making sure, in case you mess up, there's a way to undo most stuff. And INS, or the standby instrument, is again happy. Very close, 0.1, 0.2 degrees away from our actual true attitude, so all good. That's with this disc. Yeah. Look at the study panels for a whole flight. Yeah, I do too. Most people probably die of boredom, but I do. I don't. I know what they mean. I should put explanations on all of these. Same as we got everywhere else. has yaw couple, pitch yaw couple, cell yaw couple, accelerometer. This is the state of this guy here, the standby instrument. Because the standby instrument is kind of isolated. It has no, other than its air data inputs, it has no notion about position. Its sense of orientation in space is fairly coarse, but as you can see, it's pretty close. It knows the attitude of the aircraft pretty well, and the way it does it is basically it runs a bunch of algorithms internally where it correlates various sensor inputs that it can acquire. So it has an internal accelerometer and a gyroscope, 3-axis gyro, 3-axis accelerometer. Those are both inertial inputs. Those do not depend on any external state of the aircraft or any external sensors. And then it has air data inputs as well. So it can sense the airspeed, true airspeed, can compute Mach number, and compute altitude, barometric, and that kind of stuff. And vertical speed and a bunch of other parameters. So one of the things, or it basically uses, when it's on the ground, when it says aligning 70 seconds or whatever, it's basically looking at its accelerometer here measurement and the lateral axis, upwards axis, and back and forth axis, and it's looking at the orientation of the aircraft, right? So when the aircraft just sitting still at the ramp, any accelerations that it senses are due to gravity. So it basically can tell, okay, which way do I feel gravity going? Like that way. It'll compute the roll and pitch angle from those.
This frequency will work though, and you're going back.
Type of time and scratch when I put that on a Lex page. Will assistant create that point? Time.
attention.
0010. Never heard of that feature in a Collins FMS. It probably will not, I can tell you that much. Yes. I've never heard of that waypoint specification in a Collins. Is that a thing? Wow. I'll have to research that. Don't think I've ever seen that used.
Sorry, still with approach. Okay.
Anyway, it basically runs a bunch of algorithms to like correlate. Accelerometer inputs are basically just direct observations. Van Caustics, welcome aboard. Welcome. In an Airbus. Well, this is very not Airbus, so never heard of this being a feature in the Collins unit. Being in an Airbus, I'm sure it's super fine. Yeah, never heard of that in a Collins unit, or even in a Boeing, for that matter. I don't know. I mean, there are things in here that I found out from the viewers just because they told me. I never realized it while coding it. Oh well. You can't know everything that this thing can do. Anyway, where was I? All right, the accelerometer stuff. This only works, the accelerometer measurements are only sensible when the airplane's more or less stable. It doesn't tilt around, it doesn't move around, you're not making maneuvers. So it actually is looking at the rotation rates and the perceived pitch to know when not to trust these. And these are only slowly filtered into the inputs. If none of the inputs here are valid, then the thing basically just looks at its body rotation rates and adjusts the roll and pitch angle based on these. So if it sees a roll rate on the aircraft, it basically translates that into roll here and corresponding pitch here. It's not quite so simple. It's a little bit more complicated math than that. Not just, add this number to there, but, very complete. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's this thing. We put in a lot of stuff in there. How are we looking? Oh, not that far from our top of drop here. Enough yapping about stuff. Have a play with the arrival stuff. Actual flying bit.
650 Charlie Lima, descend via the Comics 2 arrival.
Descend via Comics 2, 650 Charlie Lima. So, we've been given clearance to send via Comics 2. So let's have a look at that. What does that look like? So what is our bottom altitude on the arrival? 6,000. So let's come in here. We already got VNAV armed. So let's go and set this down all the way to 6,000. That is our clearance limit. And the constraints on the procedure are going to keep us safe. As long as we don't start talking about quaternions. Oh, you want to talk about quaternions? Oh my. Yes, of course, I can. Actually, I don't think I've exposed them here. But yeah, the internal roll, for the INS, the roll and pitch state is kept as a quaternion because it knows its heading as well. On the ISI, the quaternion is constructed heading 0 because it doesn't know heading. It's basically just a fixed heading plus roll and pitch angle. And then this is actually also transformed into a quaternion and stacked on top of this quaternion, transferred back into a roll pitch. That's how we actually integrate on short-term maneuvers. So this thing is not like going to stay forever at like 0 degrees if you maneuver. No. It will track you pretty close. But yes, this does use quaternions. Okay, 6,000 is set. Let's see, visual approach. So no minimums formally published. And let's have a look at the PilotEdge ATIS at the field. Return ATIS. KSAN. Request, KSAN, arrival, send. What have you done? What have you done indeed? Hey, ATIS information India. Time is
411 Quebec, contact point
351, which is just a little while ago, so it's pretty fresh. Fresh off the presses. 210 at 6, so arrival is, I mean, it's almost always in San Diego, it's 29. Remarks, blah, blah, blah. Arriving, departing runway 27, I'm sorry, not 29, 27. Visual, gotcha. Are now and localizer approaches and available via for departure, blah, blah, blah. Sure, information India. So,
6111 Quebec, point go approach, Camarillo, altimeter
so we got information India, 2351 Zulu. Okay. Meter is 3003 and 17 degrees. So, go to
275 Echo Lima, connect Albuquerque,
Depart arrive.
0.45, we'll see you.
And we'll expect visual 27. I'm going to give myself like a 7-mile extension off of 27.
Was that for 5 Echo Lima? 35 Echo Lima from Albuquerque Center, 128.45.
Disco, good. RX27, 27, good stuff. Lovely. Wonderful.
For 22 Romeo November, turn left heading 2.
And we'll go depart arrive.
Contact SoCal approach 134.
Actually, no, perf twice, approach. It's 3003. What's the meter?
Certainly, 134.3.
It was 17 degrees down there. I'm going to assume nil. Actually, no, we're going to put the wind in. 210 at 6. 210 at 6. Just because I got the capability there. Sure, headwind left 5. Good stuff. Pressure altitude minus 85. And our predicted landing weight is 32.2.
Romeo November SoCal approach, Burbank altimeter 2997.
Okay, that's all good. Predicted landing weight is entered. And let's, also check the pressurization here quickly. Sea level 3003, close enough. I'm happy. We don't need the synthetic vision on here. It's not giving me any useful information. And Aviator Online, welcome. Actually gonna go to VNAV setup. And for descent VNAV, I'm gonna plan 300 knots. Execute, and I'm gonna give speed control to the FMS. Actually, for cruise, I'm gonna still make you go 82, just so you got the same speed as I am right now. 82, and it'll slow down automatically in the descent there. And keep pulling back on the power as we come down below flood level 100 or 10,000 feet. Good stuff. I can pre-select here 3003 and also on the standby. There we go. Meters all set up. Where are our passengers? Have they hit all the snack bowls and stuff? Come on, get out of the way.
2 Romeo November, turn right heading 320.
How's everybody? Yeah, sorry, I gotta take a pee. We do the deed. Flush, wash our hands obviously, and there's LAX coming up our top of drop. We've been given descent via the comics too, so we'll call them when we start the descent. Oh, some privacy. Yes. How's the second leg going? Doing well. Helipilot, lovely that you joined me over at Monterey. That was a great thing. A top of descent is indicated. We got 6,000 set coming up on top of drop in just a sec here. 5 seconds. And November 6,000, Charlie Lima is leaving flight level 350.
0 Charlie Lima, roger, thank you.
Just a courtesy call. There we go. ATS is pulled back to Mach 0.80, which is our, or the FMS has targeted Mach 0.80, which is our declared or our desired descent speed. It'll come down below 300 knots. It's going to pull, and it's going to swap us over to 300 knots speed.
4,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 8 approach.
You can watch it over here if you want. Index Prague second page, and you can see 20 feet off our VNAV target, and it's going to pull it slowly back in.
Yeah, 0504000 until established on the localizer.
15 feet. It is a precise driver, so it's trying its hardest. It's still fairly soft. It'll accept a few feet off, obviously. You know, it's not magic, but it's going to drive pretty accurately. Okay, what are our constraints here? Legend at 159,190, and then comics at 1,215,000. Keep the chart up here. We're going to do the design checklist as well. 15,190, 12 to 15. Good stuff.
Descent checklist. Shoulder harness.
It's secure.
Passenger signs.
Are actually coming on now.
Pressurization.
Is checked.
Fuel quantity and balance.
Fuel quantity, how are we looking? We got good balance. Quantity over the field's going to have 3,700 pounds.
FMS,
plenty.
landing data, charts.
FMS is set. Landing data is set in the box. Sent over onto the EFIS, and charts are set.
Approach briefing.
Is visual. We're basically just going to aim for. There is a charted visual there, but we're going to sort of eyeball it in, I guess. Or should we actually? You know, you guys wanted me to recreate the. There's a visual, a charted visual here. Right? Sweetwater visual 2.7. Yes, that's what you guys wanted me to do. So, CG, okay, not a problem. Do that. So CG, come in there. CG 2,500.
90 Victor. Yeah, you can connect tower now. 124.
So 2.7 CG, okay. Okay, we want to be 3.6. Almost exactly right on the money there. So there is, how do we define this? This is 084.
Charlie Lima, contact LA Center 128.6.
128.6, November 650 Charlie Lima. Los Angeles Center, November 650 Charlie Lima, flight level 270, descending via Comics 2.
650 Charlie Lima, LA Center, good afternoon. Limburg altimeter 3003.
3003, 650 Charlie Lima. Alrighty, how do we define this guy? So Step and Cloman. That one we know, or those two we know. Cloman. And Helix Mount, is there a definable point? We could just go, is there a defined heading in here? No. We need 2 points to define this. Huh. Good question. How do we define this? I mean, we could just take it, let's see.
9220 Alpha SoCal departure, radar contact.
Let's go like this. Is there a heading for this? Anybody see a heading? Step and Cloman. You know what? We'll just extend whatever's there. So Step and Cloman is 094. So index X Cloman. .094 radial.
For 11 Quebec, contact SoCal approach 134.2.
And it's a 90-degree turn to the right 275. So we'll define heading if there's traffic.
November, connect Burbank Tower 118.7.
Yes. So what we're gonna do here, we'll go Cloman on a 094 crossing. Let's see, O'Kane will be plus 90 degree here would be 005, right? And let's switch you over into arts and crafts mode. And if we put that in here. That looks good, doesn't it? I'd say that works pretty good.
For 6111 Quebec, so
and we want to be 4,800 there. Execute. Sweet. Actually, I can drop the fix there. That's just a cross check. Yeah. Clean it up a smidge. That, to me, looks like the procedure. Like the thing. Up and then NATO. This is the arrival, actually. Good stuff. I call this good enough. Did we stop somewhere in the checklist? Yes, we did. Okay.
VNAV transition flight level
is set flight level 180 and just about coming up on it.
Descent checklist complete. In range checklist next.
Sweet. I gotta take a HUD here. Why not? So it's starting to slow down. Good stuff. There is a speed constraint.
Charlie Lima, contact SoCal approach 119.6.
19.6, 650 Charlie Lima. Oh, come on, 119.6. And we have information. India. Local approach, November 650 Charlie Lima, 17,000 descending via comics to information India.
650 Charlie Lima, SoCal approach. Thanks for India. Limburg altimeter 3003. Would you like the airnav Zulu 27 or the visual this evening?
3003 and request the Sweetwater visual for runway 27 at Limburg. 650 Charlie Lima.
0 Charlie Lima, absolutely expected.
SoCal departure Cessna 216 from Gulf 1,200, climbing 2,000.
Don't need decimal in scratch pad.
Request ILS runway 20 right, Charlie.
Number 216 Romeo Golf, SoCal
Hat-trick
departure,
code.
roger, have your request, radar contact, climb
Okay, 3003 is set. Good times.
Point Magoo approach, Skyhawk
The airplane's slowing us down to meet the constraint here.
5285.
30 knots at Lantern.
Yes, sir. We are just leaving Camarillo directly over Satakoy.
Might need a little bit of break here, but
700 climbing 3,500.
So
We're going to
good.
be doing some maneuvers over Ventura. We're looking for a traffic advisories. 52858, Roger, squawk 5153. 5153, 858.
What a patch. Cool. Cool. So I think, well, I'm kind of proud. This was a nice arts and crafts project in the cockpit, wasn't it? Fun times.
SoCal approach, November 611 Quebec. We are descending to 3,000 feet. 11 Quebec, roger. Or 216 Romeo Golf, turn right heading 010.
Right heading 0106 Romeo Golf.
For 52858, radar contact,
Flash,
11 northwest.
Lantern
Ventura
230.
VOR, and what altitude will you be maneuvering at? Position checks, and we're going to be in between 3,500 and 4,000.
I think just points
558, right?
196 to change. You mean that? Yeah, that. Yeah, you don't have to put in decimal points into frequencies. Yeah. In fact, it abbreviates even further. If you want it like, say, 35.45, you could just type this. We'll accept that as well. You don't even have to put in the leading one. You just After your stream, what are my system specs? Have you upgraded the i5 and GTX 970? Yeah, Prosperatus. Yes, I have. It's running. I'm currently running a Ryzen 2700. I'm sorry, 3700X and a GTX 3060 Ti. Okay, 9,000 or above. And I'm just keeping an eye on the vertical profile here. With the airplane is taking care of everything for me. Thanks for a hot fix earlier. Glad you like it, Denise. Steves. Great stuff. 230, 9,000, then 7,000 or above. Amazing specs. They're pretty mainline. I mean, it's not really all that much of a machine. Super great machine. The GPU hurt. I can tell you that, but question, whenever I get vectors and I try to arm the approach, it won't capture the ILS. Can't use the nav preset. A Mo 35K, if you're using an ILS approach, you have to wait until you're within 30 miles of the airport. It's going to give you, if you put this on rose mode, it's going to give you what they call the ghosted localizer. In fact, I can like pre-select the localizer if we wanted to, whatever. Bruno, thanks for following. It'll show you like dashed blue line on the localizer with a deflection, and as soon as it shows that, that's when it's ready for you to arm approach. And when the localizer needle centers, that's when it's going to switch you over to the green needles and conventional navigation, ILS navigation. Okay, there we go, 230 knots, add lantern, good stuff. It's going to start bringing the power back up because for 2.69 degrees, it needs a little bit more juice. Can't just go on idle descent. Why nothing else now, hat trick? Well, glad you're gonna glad you're having fun. Is it possible to switch from FMS to ILS manually? Well, you just push the nav, this here button, nav source, on the left and also on the right, because there are two independent systems. And yeah, absolutely you can.
Zero Charlie Lima at Klommen cleared Sweetwater visual approach runway 27.
At Klommen cleared Sweetwater visual 27, 650 Charlie Lima. At Klommen there. Good stuff. I'm actually going to take a direct here from Steppen. We are essentially visual at this point. Almost we're in line there. I'm just going to go ahead and activate the leg from Steppen. The thing you generally don't see. There we go. It might drop the VNAV path on us. We got some traffic underneath. Yeah, perfectly fine. Far away. Okay. So here's the thing you generally don't see. You can go direct if you put it into the second line here. And here's what we're going to do. We're actually going to go from Steppen, put it into the first line, activate leg. No VPath condition. That is expected. That's because we have created a vertical discontinuity. I'm going to slow down manually, take the speed back down to 210. Where are we on a vertical profile? We're low. That's fine. We are 800 feet low, so I'm just going to go vertical speed, shallow up the descent here, 500 feet a minute. We'll let it re-intercept on the V path there. We are minimum here, 5,000 recommended on the altitude. So, just going to bring it back down to 5. Airport's in sight. Is it possible to auto land? No, the Challenger doesn't have auto land. Most business jets don't. Well, all of them don't. I'm not aware of a single business jet that has auto land. So, Challenger ain't no exception to that. They just don't want to pay for the certification and the hardware for it. It's just too expensive for a business jet operator. Doesn't really make too much sense for them. So gentle descent here. I'm going to pre-tune. Tower is 18.3. So I'm going to pre-tune 1183. Put it into the second line here and makes it onto a preset. And ground is 23.9. I'm going to preset that on the right side on COM 2. Talking on COM 1. COM 2 is going to be ground if we need it. Okay, speed 200. Gonna keep it nice and slow. Actually, 210 will work. We'll slow down to 180 here on the base. Yeah, you know what? 180 to make this turn a little bit tighter, neater. Yeah, 180 will. Maybe we'll swing here. Don't have to barrel in like a crazy person. How you doing, Kamo ZT? I'm sorry, I'm horrible with names. Yeah, okay. 5,000 for this leg here. 4.8 we are allowed down to there. 3.6. I'm going to roll this down all the way to Siji. 2.5. You want to see the thing fly fully, so to speak, managed. Use an Airbus term. Take flaps 20 here to help with the speed. We got a bunch of traffic. These guys are in formation.
1 Quebec, connect Burbank Tower, 118.7.
Burbank Tower, 118.7, November 611 Quebec.
I don't think I turn on. I did. Okay, landing lights are on. Ooh.
In range checklist. APU. Started.
Got to fire
Altimeters. 3 set, cross-checked. Avionics.
Set.
External lights. On. N1
SoCal
target.
approach. Skyhawk 321 Alpha Zulu on the ground at Corona.
Set.
Request IFR clearance
Now,
to Victorville.
somebody was asking whether
I-11
why he stops with the checklist. He doesn't quite stop. He actually just waits until the EPU is available for 2 minutes.
Alpha Zulu SoCal approach. Clear to the
Now,
Victorville Airport
I
via
don't
Paradise.
think I have quite that much time. I kind of started the approach or the in-range checklist a little bit late, so we're going to give the EPU about 30 seconds, and then we're going to, if I manually advance the checklist, he's going to jump forward and start the APU pass
Clear to
transition.
Victorville as file via the Paradise VOR. 6,000, expect 9,000.
Okay, back down to 160.
Squawk 7321, Skyhawk 321 Alpha Zulu.
1 Alpha Zulu, reback is correct. Hold for release. Just advise me when you're number 1 for departure.
Yeah.
Holding for
There's
release.
a reservoir,
I'm ready for
runway,
departure. Skyhawk 321 Alpha
nicely
Zulu.
inside everything.
Right, 0 Charlie Lima, connect Limerick Tower, 118.3. See you, Toto.
883 to over to tower. See ya. Have a good one. 600 Charlie Lima.
Santa Barbara departure, Piper November 65 Kilo Fox.
883. Yeah, we can actually take it all the way down if we wanted to. This is kind of a dangerous thing. Some operators don't like you doing this, but you can. The airplane will happily fly you all the way down to the runway. I said like 1,000 feet. We'll fly me all the way down there. In fact, there's an even trickier thing. You can actually roll the altitude pre-selected through your altitude up. Limburg Tower, November 650 Charlie Lima on the visual 27.
We're 650 Charlie Lima, Limburg Tower, runway 27, clear to land.
27 clear to land, November 650 Charlie Lima.
2500.
APU PAX transition.
Almost 2 minutes.
Radar Quebec, taxi to parking via
Veil
Alpha this
completed.
frequency.
APU generator. On.
Taxi
CAS.
parking via Alpha 280 Quebec, remain on frequency.
Please place all storage.
But I didn't want to push that.
Fully stowed position.
This is kind of a dumb thing to be doing, to be honest, on final approach. I'm just kind of playing here.
Ensure that your seats are fully upright and that all loose articles are stowed.
Good stuff.
St. Louis Ground Diamond 217 November Whiskey, west ramp, pattern work with Foxtrot.
Okay, and you see? Autopilot's going to aim us right at the runway.
217 November Whiskey, St. Louis Ground, runway 29er, taxi via Echo.
Okay, he's asking for a final item here.
Runway 29er at Echo.
In range checklist complete. Before landing
Runway
checklist
29,
next.
Okay.
Echo Alpha, cross
Here.
runway 29er, and this is for the Cat 3 rating.
Roger, need you to go back and file a flight plan for me.
Roger.
Okay. I'm going to go take final stage of flaps here. Speed. Just gonna, I usually line these up just like that. It's about 7 knots extra. That's working pretty good. Okay.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicating. No steer. Arm centered clear. Anti-skid.
Approaching minimum.
Armed tested. Passenger signs. On.
With
Wing
capture
Cal
the path
anti-ice.
here. We're going minimum.
Field ground, November 35033. That air
Any of them are actually
with
applicable.
Foxtrot looking for IFR to Burbank.
So, missed approach, we're going to set like 2,000. That's going to be probably reasonable. Missed, if we're going to get vectored by ATC anyway. Speed, 131 sounds good. Annual flight.
Bakersfield ground, clear to Burbank Airport by the Meadows for departure. Radar vectors like Hughes and then as filed. Maintain 3,000, expect 9,000 in 10 minutes.
I'm just going to keep the ATS on because I'm lazy.
Squawk 4406.
Been a long day. I just want to get home. There's no point in showing off.
November 35033 is cleared to the Burbank Airport via the Meadows for departure.
Feeling a little bit to the left
maintain
here.
3,000.
Be aligned back onto this runway, but we've got left crosswind and knots.
Departure on 118.8, squawk 4406.
033, read back correct.
A little bit of left crosswind there, so line up that. That symbology is a little bit too much for me. A bit low. 3 reds. There we go, 2 whites true. Now I'm pretty much just ignoring the HUD here, just looking at the runway, the aiming point. Now my field of view is transitioning over to the end.
Canvas ground down in 217 November Whiskey. We've solved that flight plan for you.
40, 30.
7 November Whiskey, roger, runway 29er, taxi via Echo Alpha, cross runway 29er, Echo.
29er by Echo Alpha, cross runway 29er, Echo. Down in 217 November Whiskey.
Huh? Oh crap, I forgot to complete the checklist. Man, what an amateurish mistake. Why is anybody yelling at me? Unfortunately, we had the gear down.
After landing checklist. Landing, pulse, recog lights.
Okay. Cursor is in. Oh, I didn't need it. Alrighty.
For 0 Charlie Lima, where do you park?
Signature, 0 Charlie Lima.
For 0 Charlie Lima, taxi to parking via Bravo, Bravo 5, Charlie, cross runway 27 at Bravo 5.
Bravo, Bravo 5, Charlie, cross 27 at Bravo 5, 650 Charlie Lima. Okay, sweet. That checks out. Okay.
74 Victor with the
lights off.
Anti-collision lights.
With the weather
off. Continuous ignition.
Departure to the east for the Cat 5.
Windshield heat.
Number 1674 Victor.
Probes.
Santa Maria ground, runway 30, taxi via Alpha.
Wing anti-ice.
30 via Alpha.
Cal anti-ice.
Burbank Tower, November 61 Quebec, clear of runway 08, request taxi to the FTO.
411 Quebec, taxi to parking via Delta, monitor ground.
Stand by.
Taxi via
After
Delta, monitor ground, please inform me about the rating results.
Number 11 Quebec, the rating ends when you get to parking, but it was a pass for the Cat 8.
Thanks, November 61 Quebec.
Okay, so Bravo, Bravo 5. Bravo 5 is the third one from the left here, so this is Bravo 7.
Bakersfield ground, November 35033 as IFR to Burbank, ready to taxi.
Keep it here. Yes.
35033. Runway 30 right, taxi via Alpha Bravo.
Runway 30 right via Alpha Bravo, 35033.
You don't even need a checklist anymore. Well, that's the pitfall, right? Is you're supposed to rely on the checklists. Even if you've got thousands of hours in the thing. Which you can't forget.
Camarillo clearance, Bonanza 96 Sierra Alpha.
Quite easily.
Ready to copy IFR to Santa Catalina.
What are you using for ATC comms? PilotEdge, Mr. Rupert Lay,
96 Sierra Alpha, Camarillo ground, cleared to Santa Catalina Airport.
Mr. Purple. I'm sorry.
Correction on departure.
Bravo 5 is coming up on the left here.
Vectors Ventura VOR.
Runway's clear.
Victor 208.
First officer is going to take care of the lights. So I'm just going to look around.
Maintain 4,000, expect 5,000 in 10 minutes.
Are we about to be killed?
Departure frequency 124.7, squawk 4543.
And nope.
Okay, cleared to Santa Catalina via on departure, flighting 275, radar vectors to Ventura, Victor 208, Santa Catalina, and then
alright, we should have called Jenny.
I maintain 4,000, expect 5,000 in 10. Departure 24.7, squawk 4543.
Hot start flight support, Jenny speaking. How can we help?
Cessna 216 Romeo Golf on the ILS 20.
You know what?
216 Romeo Golf, runway tower,
Clear to van,
Understood. We'll have that ready for you. Anything else?
That'll be all. We're going to be parking the jet tonight.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
Yeah. PilotEdge. Yes. PilotEdge.net. Great service. Costs money. Isn't cheap. But for me, it provides value. I think it's the best ATC service out there. I'm going to park it right in front of Signature. Just over here.
St. Louis Tower, Diamond 217 November, Whiskey, short of runway.
If I remember right, Signature is this building right there.
November 5-1, correction 217 November Whiskey, St. Louis Tower, runway 29er, clear for takeoff, make left, close traffic, report midfield, downwind each path.
Oh yeah, PilotEdge will help you
clear for takeoff, left,
kill that Mike Fred right out.
Midfield, downwind each path, Diamond 217 November Whiskey.
PilotEdge is a training network for that very purpose. In fact, I would say it's one of their most valuable services. Okay, we're done with ATC, so I'm going to turn him down.
Santa Barbara clearance on departure.
Kill the taxi light here. And how about we park right in front of the entrance there?
Departure frequency 120.55.
Mr. Purple Haas.
Squawk 3722.
Welcome aboard. You can enjoy your stay.
On departure, fly runway heading, maintain VFR.
Yeah, right in front of their front door. We're going to park it there, and after that, it's their problem.
7 Hotel Papa, back right.
Okay. Obviously, we marshal and that kind of stuff. You don't just park wherever you want.
Camarillo Tower, Skyhawk 52.
Okay, parked up. This can come off. Shutdown checks.
Engine shutdown checklist. Taxi lights. Off. Parking brake. Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2.
Off and off.
Engine 2 shut down.
Check AC is on the APU. Good stuff. Engine 2 shut down.
Fuel boost pumps.
That's only a
fuel
system or check of the second day. So.
Engine 1 shut down. Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
It is.
Anti-ice. Off. 14th stage. Off. Beacon. Off. No steer. Off. ATC TCAS.
And we'll go ahead and over to standby 0.
Standby 0. Parking brake if chalked.
Oh yeah, we're gonna call for chocks. Yes. We're gonna leave the jet here. Why would you be able to taxi with one engine shut down, or even just the APU? No. You need an engine to move. Okay. We're off.
Passenger signs. Off. Cabin differential. 0 psi. Engine shutdown checklist complete. Securing checklist next.
Okie doke. Everybody, welcome to San Diego. Hope you enjoyed your flight. Hope you didn't, raid too many snacks. I'm not gonna refill them. You're paying for it anyway.
Our ride is here. Thank you, Captain. Always such a pleasure flying with you.
Yeah,
Have a nice rest of your day.
Bye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. And well, obviously you'd stand here. You wouldn't actually just, get lost in that kind of stuff. And they're getting their little van, and if there was basically just a walk to the door, they might just walk to the door. You'd have to go and unload their bags and stuff. And afterwards, the classic walk of checking that I didn't forget anything in the jet. Check that it's all tidy and neat and organized. If necessary, you're the one doing a cleanup. Yes, you are. Cabin attendants on jets. They're there for the passengers. They're not there for you or for the jet itself. So, I'm going to do a post-flight walk around. So check for any dings and nicks or anything we might have hit along the way in case we didn't notice any wildlife we might have run over. In the gear. Yep. Still got all the static wicks on. Lights are still working, so that's all good. You can see the heat from the engine there. Yeah, they're pretty hot. After a day of running, they've had their little How much time do we have on our APU? 44 hours. It's a fresh aircraft, so not much time on the APU itself. And test the indicator board here. We need to model this compartment here eventually. That's the hydraulic reservoir access. Brakes are good. No dings and nicks. And the tires, they still look okay. Obviously, yes, we did model the tread. Somebody was asking, and not just the tread. Here we have the hops timer on the AP work. That's great. Yes, it does. You should have known in retrospect. Not just the tread, but notice Gordon actually beveled this in, so it's not just a straight line down. No, it's actually properly modeled and stuff. And by the way, one of the things that pilots are going to be looking for, especially when the jet's been sitting, they're going to be looking down underneath the gear. If there's any puddles, this is a fluid-filled shock absorber, and this is what takes all the load from the initial impact on landing, right? And so if there's any leakage, you're going to see a puddle of hydraulic fluid underneath, which depending on type, it might be, straw color, it might be red, it might be whatever. And another thing is, pilots are taught for whatever weight of aircraft that you've got, they're going to tell you how many fingers of width of shiny parts you have to be able to see on the actuator. Because if you don't see anything, usually the actuator is all the way around down, like you can barely put one finger on the shiny part. That means you've leaked out the hydraulic fluid out of the shock absorber, and it's just basically sitting at the bottom of travel. That means the shock absorber is no bueno, and you gotta replace it. Checking the nav lights are still functional. They're good. What you're hearing, by the way, you might be able to hear. There's like a whining noise. That's the number 3 hydraulic pump. Because with engine shut down, if I go and let's see, can I bring you up? Pop up aft pedestal. And I'm just gonna bring up, no, not that, that. There we go. Number 3 hydraulic pump is still running. Listen to when I shut down a hydraulic pump. Bring a pop-up panel overhead. That's the thing. And here's an even funnier or more, I guess, exciting thing. The number 3 hydraulic system feeds flight controls like the ailerons, elevators, and rudder, right? If I start moving them, oh yeah, hydraulic pump gets loaded down with extra load. Just oh yeah. I think I forgot a pin, didn't I? Yes, I forgot to put the pin in the left main. So here's the thing. The pin goes in here. There's supposed to be like a little hole here. We still got to cut that out. But this whole section, this actually moves. If I put the pin in, you see it move over, and then the pin gets plugged into there. So it basically locks the actuator from moving. If you don't close this actually on the real jet, it's 2 parts. You got to pull the pin out, and then you got to lock this little cover down so that you can get a stone in there. Apparently, this has already happened once at least, where a Challenger pilot forgot to close the cover, and then on takeoff got a little stone in there. And yeah, I can retract the gear. Yeah, it was 3 years. I mean, if only we could have like the mirror finish on the real thing, and it would have looked good in X-Plane. That would be awesome. Unfortunately, not quite. Okay, pins are in, Captain, and let's go secure and checklist. Purposely I didn't put on the covers yet. I want to let the probes cool off a little bit in the air. Okay, secure and checklist.
Secure and checklist. Emergency lights.
This is a trick that's going to catch you out. If you forget to disarm the emergency lights with AC power on, and you shut down the APU, then notice, oh crap, I forgot the emergency lights. You cannot disarm them without AC power. They need AC power on the jets to disarm.
AC DC utility switch. Headsets
are off.
Thrust reversers. Chocks
are installed.
Parking brake
is released.
Hydraulic pumps.
Hydraulic pumps. We'll bring up the hydraulic synoptic page, and we'll come up here. All of these are going to off. Get a caution.
Nav lights, logo light. APU generator.
And after that, I'm going to have to do the checklist from memory, but I know what it is. Normally, bring up a paper version. APU gen. APU off. Packs off. LCV and isolation valve. And we want to make sure that we've got a good spool down there. Temperature is low, RPM is spooling down, so power fuel off. That removes these indications, but we still have to wait until they fully disappear. Normally, only you have to do this if you have a potential fault in the APU. Right now, it's writing to its memory. I can just go ahead and skip that. It's safe to shut down. A lot of people have contacted us and will try to start the APU, and it says shut-off valve closed and APU fuel pump. on here. It'll light up and not start. And the reason is they shut down the battery master before they shut down the APU correctly. So basically they just sort of yanked the power out of the ECU, and the ECU basically just died. They didn't like that. So normally, you know, sit here, chat about what you're gonna have for dinner, pack the HUD away. So it takes about a minute for this to disappear. All right, gone. Okay, airplane's cold and dark. Brakes are released. We go ahead and close it up. So just grab the door and swing it over. It's unusually quiet right now. At an airport, it would be very, very loud because other aircraft and stuff are. And before we go, put the covers on. ICE detector and left pitot. Right pitot, right ICE detector, and finally this guy here. Okay, and that's it. The airplane is all parked up, chalked up, pinned up, and now that, you know, probably tow hanger and stuff, and we go and get ourselves a drink. Is it not possible for you to still keep reading checklist? I'd have to rewrite the topper. The checklist system is kind of integrated into the screens there, so that's going to have to be rewritten. Okay, and yeah, that's it. End of the day. Everybody take it easy. Hope you can have fun. Love you all, and I'll talk to you next time. Okay, everybody, cheers, be safe, have fun. Yeah.